Ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Sugar Grove Planning Commission Zoning Board of Appeals. This is day 2 of our hearing on petition number 24-13, which is dealing with a map amendment from F1 to the PDD, which we all went through last night. I'll call the Sugar Grove Planning Commission Zoning Board of Appeals to order this August 13th, 2024, and I'll call the roll. John Gudendorf. Here. Larry Jones.
Present.
Becky Sabo. Here. Greg Wilson. Here. John Barretts. Here. Tony Special. Here. Irv Oxenslager here. So we're all here. We have a quorum and we can proceed. We went until quite late last night, but we got a lot done, and that's appreciated. Where we are with the public hearing is on non-impacted party comments. So I'm going to recall to order the public hearing. Again, all those witnesses that are going to testify, if you haven't already accepted the oath, please raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give before this commission will be the truth, so help you God? That having been said, I think we kind of know where we stand as far as the status. We had ended with a cross-examination of the petitioner, which was quite lengthy, but I think very productive. And we did the cross-examination of the impacted parties by the petitioner. And so now we're at the non-impacted party comment period. I would ask you to certainly direct your comments to the issue of the zoning. That's what we're here about, and the planned development district. It'll be limited to 3 minutes, so you'll see a timer someplace that lets you know that. Certainly if you go over by a second or two, we won't mind. So with that, do we have a list of?
Yes, if we could have numbers 1 through 5 line up over here in the aisle behind this microphone. That includes Kim T., Perry Elliott, Jaden Chadda, Frank Babbage, Marie Johnson.
And I would again remind you, please state your name, your address. Remember that we have a court reporter whose fingers are back in working order after last night. So go a little bit slow. Pat, if you're going to testify, a little slower, please. So with that, I'll turn it over to our first presenter.
I guess I'm number 2, but number 1 isn't here. So my name's Perry Elliott. I'm at 860 Longview Court in Sugar Grove. My real focus was on some financials for later, but I got a couple words to say about the hearing last night and the zoning. One overall truth that came out of last night's meeting that I felt was that the Crown proposal is pretty aspirational in nature. I believe there were a lot of great testimonies for basically the concern over the safety of the development of the project. And when it came down to it in cross, Crown's answers generally were, well, we have our own information that we rely on. I believe, what was the doctor that spoke? Dr. Powell, yeah, I'm sorry. Dr. Powell asked about some of the land availability or ability to be developed, and even though he had plenty of information that said it should not be developed for this project, Crown said that they were relying on their own information, that they had land bore samples made when they bought the land, which could date back to as far as 2003, as I believe that they did purchase their first parcels back then. If that's the case, they should be held to a higher standard to inform the board and show new information of new bores or whatever information they have that they said was private last night to confirm that that land is ready for a project today. not from something that was done years ago. And also from the soil reports in the Kane DuPage soil reports, it says that land's highly erodible. There's a lot of water issues. There could have been many natural changes between when those original tests they say they're relying on were taken and today. So I think you need to present new information with substantiation of that land, in your opinion, being safe versus the information from Kane DuPage, which basically everyone has read and knows that it isn't particularly set for this project, as well as a CMAQ study that was done. They've noted this land as being sensitive in nature, sensitive aquifers, and everything that was discussed last night. So you've got two recognized agencies that say this is possibly problematic for the development, yet Crown is saying, no, we have support that shows that it's fine and dandy. So I just request that maybe before you guys vote on this, is that you wait until you see new evidence that verifies the fact that this land is capable of supporting this type of a project. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jaden Chadda. I live at 42W559 Main Street Road in Elburn, Blackberry Township. So first things first, my opinion that this zoning hearing is premature. How can you vote on potential zoning of a property that isn't even within your municipality? The proposed development at this property overall is a bad deal for Sugar Grove, its neighbors such as myself who reside in Blackberry Township. The warehouses planned 5 years ago was not good for the surrounding residents, and that's why it was turned away. So why is this new warehouses plan acceptable? Is it because Crown promises a town center, which they have broken that same promise to other developments like in 10 Trails in Washington, with the town center next to Hannaford? Is that why it's okay? If the warehouses are not of concern of the village, flip the plan. Put your warehouses next to Hannaford. You don't like that idea? Well, now you know how those on the north side of I-88 feel. The next few points I'm touching on can be read in farther detail in the documents I submitted. It's approximately 40 pages. The warehouse's effect on property values. Evidence suggests that warehouses bring along certain factors that decrease property values of surrounding properties. Some of the factors are traffic, truck noise, diesel exhaust, light pollution, or the simple fact that many people won't buy a home near a warehouse district. Even if it's still worth something on paper, it isn't worth anything if nobody wants to buy it. Now, the next point, warehouse effect on traffic. The traffic study released by Blackberry Township, which Crown politely declined the eligibility of that last night, which was performed by H.R. Green, which anybody in Sugar Grove on the board especially knows that H.R. Green is used by the village, so there's no questioning their legitimacy or if they're biased. H.R. Green calculated their numbers by using a conservative estimate, and that's all included in the documents I submitted. Also, the Institute for Transportation Engineers has a formula for projected truck traffic. Using an 8-hour, 9-to-5 business day and 1.5 million square feet of warehousing or distribution per the Grove Facebook, there would be a projected 922 truck trips per day, or almost 2 truck trips every minute. If you were to use the 3.5 million square feet number, there would be a projected 2,151 truck trips per day, or roughly 4.5 truck trips every minute. Now pay attention to trips. That's doubled because they're leaving and then they're coming, or they're coming here and then they're leaving. And then warehouses' effect on crime. Attached to my statement is a Bloomberg article. They published a study. One section stood out to me, quote, "A shift from residential to commercial use is associated with roughly 1.2 more robberies, 2.5 more assaults per 1,000 residents." Given that overall robbery and assault rates are 2.6 and 7.3 per 1,000 residents, respectively, this suggests a strong relationship between crime and commercial land use activities. In my overall conclusion, this whole development is a bad deal for the village. In my opinion, the financing of this development is built on a fraudulent study. The best thing you could do is vote no so that the village will not have to face any unwanted burden due to Crown's lack of planning if any lawsuits or anything were to occur. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank Babich, is he here? All right, Marie Johnson. Okay, so the next 5 up are Scott Stallcup, Bob Ramondi, Dan Randall, Kevin Reimer, and Molly Reimer, if you guys could line up in that aisle.
Go ahead.
All right, before you hit the timer, can I do a quick preface on here so I don't waste my time on my timer?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Can I do a quick preface on this before I start the timer, just so that you guys understand something? Okay, so I did submit a video for this that's just traffic in the background, but they won't let me play it. So this is just related to the traffic study north of CV Road. So nothing south of CV Road. All right, thank you. All right, I'm addressing this.
Give me your name and address, please.
I'm sorry, Bob Ramondi, 1 South 864, Route 47. For the purpose of this statement, I'm only referencing the numbers that were for north of CV Road, Main Street. Currently, the Crown project is looking to rezone property and fund the infrastructure to add up to 700 trucks, an unknown number of employee cars daily to north of...
Bob, got to slow down a little bit for our court reporter, please.
I won't get it in. All right, this would not include any future build-out of surrounding properties for commercial endeavors or to do anything to address the already overburdened and accident-prone stretch of Route 47 going north of the project site, past 13 driveways, 6 subdivision entrances, entering Route 47 through Blackberry Township. Per the traffic study done by the state of Illinois 2010 for the construction of Route 47 and Main Street intersection, Route 47 was designed to have an average daily traffic count in 2010 of 8,200 vehicles, including trucks up to 20%, a maximum of 15,000 vehicles with trucks 25% in 2040. Per documentation from the state of Illinois IDOT and the traffic study done by Kimley Horn for Crown, these figures are already obsolete going north of Green Road. These numbers are without Grove traffic. IDOT for 2023 was 12,700 daily traffic. IDOT for 2039, 16,600. Kimley Horn values are hourly for the peak morning, which was spoken to before. Current vehicle traffic per hour, 905 in the morning, 975 in the afternoon. 2030, 1,145 in the morning, 1,255 with Crown traffic in the afternoon. 2039, vehicles per hour, 1,710 in the morning, 2,110 with the Crown traffic. These numbers do not include the construction traffic required to prep the site and pave the roads. The Kimley Horn study did not include subdivision entrances, driveways, or the Main Street intersection. This area of Route 47 is 2 lanes of blind winding curves and hills. All interchanges in their study are given a classification level of service A through F. In other words, it means how difficult...
Got to slow down a little, please.
How difficult is it to get in and out of a driveway, and how long does it take? A is best, F is worst. D is considered by the State Transportation Agency to be the lowest acceptable rating. Currently, green on 247 is a D. It goes to F in phase 1. Green does not get an upgrade except for a right turn lane on 47 until phase 2, and it is still an F. As green is the T intersection with a stop sign on 47, all subdivision entrances and driveways along that are the same. Delays would be an F rating at all of those locations. The normal wait would be up to 2 minutes to get into traffic, depending upon number of cars coming each direction, which can be as many as 20 each way. Modifying Route 47 to meet the new demands would require the state to add additional lanes, limit access points, and take property beyond the current right-of-way.
Thank you.
He's got the other half.
How you doing, Bob? Part 2. I'm Dan Randall, 43W780 Willow Creek Drive, Blackberry Township. The traffic has excess backups in the south and the northbound lanes of 47 and Main Street. The northbound traffic backing up approximately a quarter mile numerous times a day, leading to dangerous and hazardous conditions. Vehicles are speeding up or going down the hill too fast as the light is changing red. Trucks can be 80,000 pounds and can't stop in time with numerous red lights run daily. Cars and trucks passing at speed on right-hand shoulders as people are turning left into driveways and subdivisions. Stop school buses being passed regularly despite flashers being on. Truck noise, braking and accelerating, it's out of hand. Average traffic decibel rating for 50 feet from Route 47 is 68 decibels. Conversations are only 60. Per OSHA sounds above 70 decibels over several hours is considered harmful. Truck traffic 89 to 95 decibels spikes higher for some trucks. OSHA requires hearing protection above 85 decibels. Exhaust from idling vehicles, rubber particulates, and brake dust are other problems. Study from the Desert Research Institute, December 5, 2022, details tire wear and brake pads can produce more particle pollution than car exhaust systems. This pollution can be harmful to human health and the environment. Tires are made from synthetic rubber that contains chemicals, some of which are known to be carcinogenic. Tire wear particulates also contain microplastics, which can be counted as rubber dust particles depending on their classification. Tire dust can also be coated with chemical called 6-PPD, which reacts with ozone in the air to create a toxic substance called 6-PPD quinone that can be deadly to fish. Over 6 million metric tons of tire dust ends up in the air and waterways each year. Brake pads contain metals and other materials that can be harmful to human health. Brake pads, rotors, tires can erode over time, releasing particulate matter into the air that can include heavy metals, microplastics, microrubber. Inhaling these pollutants can contribute to a range of negative health outcomes, including oxidative stress, lung inflammation, immune response, and cardiorespiratory issues. The film and residue appears on cars after you've been parked for a couple of days in the neighborhood. Study done for the Grove by TRC on air quality and impact development traffic will have the surrounding area address only the vehicle exhaust emissions. It does not include the solid particulates, nor does it include the additional dust and dirt that will be present during the years of construction and grading. According to this traffic situation, the Stone Pit, formerly Lafarge on 47, is currently expanding its production to accommodate additional trucks. Last point, per Kane County, there have been 50 reportable accidents between the South College entrance and Smith Road. Several have been fatal. Please do better.
Hi, I'm Kevin Reimer, 43W535 Tall Oaks Trail. If I can't build a home in Sugar Grove with the intent to cook meth, it doesn't seem right to allow Crown Development to use permitted use zoning under a PDD. Municipalities all over this country have welcomed developers with PDD and permitted use zoning, only to later regret the death and destruction they could have avoided with a few simple safeguards. Sugar Grove is on the verge of removing most safety nets for Crown Development, the dangerous path that will forever tie your names to whatever happens on these grounds. That's not something to take lightly. Crown Development influenced most of the zoning standards you are using today. Let that sink in. You must ask yourself why a developer would want to influence the entire town's board, zoning standards, and coaching them on how to present it to the public if it's no big deal. If criminals wrote all the laws, we wouldn't need judges, lawyers, or police. It's exactly what's happening here. I urge someone with knowledge and experience to see this through and do the right thing. While I have little faith that you will make the right decision and not rezone this property as PDD, I hope you take a step back and truly understand what you're dealing with. Thank you.
I'm Molly Reimer, 43W535 Tall Oaks. I want to express my concern over the zoning and performance standards for Grove Park. The difference between permitted use zoning and special use zoning is extremely important. So important that Crown themselves urged the village in an email obtained by FOIA to, quote, make it permitted use rather than special use. Special use will require a public hearing with the possibility that unfavorable conditions could be attached to the approval, which may scare off a skittish user. You can put any conditions you feel necessary into the ordinance so a user could know he can apply for a permit by right, saving time and avoiding any potential neighbor problems that could arise in a special use hearing. I'm that neighbor, and I have some problems. In Zone 4, less than a mile from where I live and a mere 250 feet from other neighbors, this is what permitted use would allow. Hazardous substances at the package use level to be stored in containers of 60 gallons or less, No mention of how many of these large 60-gallon drums would be allowed, but I imagine you could fit a lot of them in 3.5 million square feet. These materials will be used or sold on site. Uses involving flammable solids, irritating non-flammable gas, organic peroxide, oxidizers, materials that are toxic, poisonous if inhaled or swallowed, combustible liquids, and hazardous waste. So not only will these possibly sensitive chemicals be traveling through our community on hundreds of trucks that will share the roads with our school buses, student drivers, and other loved ones, they'll end up in my backyard. How long will they sit on these trucks before they're offloaded, or they're used and stored just a stone's throw away from those of us depending on water from shallow well and septic systems? We know it's up to the Fire Protection District to inspect the warehouses and make sure they are adhering to the safety and performance standards set forth by the village. Other than that once-a-year visit, it's up to the end users to train, monitor, and self-report any safety issues. What if they don't report it? The EPA only gets involved if someone gets sick or hurt. What happens if there's a spill? What happens if someone decides to improperly dispose of these chemicals? We've seen these scenarios play out all too often in our neighboring communities. Batavia with Flint Group and the fire suppression foam spill, and Willowbrook when Sterigenics purposefully underreported their annual emission of ethylene oxide 444 times the acceptable limit. Over 900 private lawsuits have been filed by affected residents that got sick surrounding that facility. By 3M, near my hometown, who's been dumping PFAS into the Mississippi River at unprecedented amounts and lying about it for decades. And in my hometown of Morrison, Illinois, where my family got sick and others got sick because GE dumped a bunch of toxins into our water. The proposed rezoning and warehouse development puts lives at risk. Industrial parks with permitted use zoning and PDD zoning do not belong this close to our homes and schools. Enough communities have been poisoned by toxins and greed. The only way to stop that from happening here is to say no to this development. Vote no on this rezoning. No warehouses.
Okay, 11 through 15, Carrie Boyle, Richard Boyle, Brad Goodsell, Laura Proctor, Carol Green.
Hello? Go ahead. My name is Carrie Boyle, 43W857 Red Oak. You know in court when they say, would a reasonable person think, you know, that sign is visible or something like that? I like to think of myself as like that reasonable person. And I would like to start by asking you guys to vote no to this zoning proposal. I've been listening to all of my neighbors protest. Their concerns and opinions are endless. I have personally reviewed all of the materials that have been made public by Crown. Just to save time, I give them a vote of no confidence. And I have listened to so many of the subject matter experts that have come forward. Their depth of knowledge is impressive, and without a doubt, they are not recommending this proposal. And, you know, we're talking today about zoning for a proposed project. We've talked previously about a TIF for a proposed project. We're talking about annexation for a proposed project. And I start to feel a little icky that there have been no formal communication from the village authorities. I have actively taken steps and approached the village president asking for information solely for the purpose of understanding the opposing side, as I think any reasonable person would want to understand both sides of the debate. She offered to meet with me, but the dates I proposed came and went, no judgment, just facts. And as of today, I am still wondering why we are talking about something that is so strongly opposed. The terrifying part for me, back to zoning, is that this request is for zoning that Crown won't even use. They're just going to sell. And as we've heard, they don't build. So please do not give control. Do not give them a blank check. And this project is so wildly out of touch. I ask you to vote no until such time as we can better represent the will of the people in future proposals. And since I do have just a moment, the gentleman sitting right next to you yesterday referred to the steps of this process, and having visibility and transparency to kind of the order of operations, you know, when these hearings are, when the decisions will be made. I feel like that would really be helpful to those of us that just feel like this is happening to us, would be really appreciated. So if that's something that could be made public, I would appreciate that, and I think others would as well. So I appreciate what you guys are doing. I appreciate the positions that you hold, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you. You're next. Okay, sorry. No, you can go.
Sorry. My name is Rick Boyle. I live with Carrie Boyle at 43W857 Red Oak. Crown is a corporation, and as such will do and say anything to maximize profits for their billionaire owners. You are trustees, servants of the community, that are supposed to act in the interest and will of the people you represent. This is not a monarchy or a dictatorship. This project is predicated on a lie. Crown commissioned a TIF eligibility study designed to produce the results it needed to get the TIF. The report stated that the land is blighted due to chronic flooding. Land is not blighted, it does not flood, and certainly not chronically. If you're not sure what flooding looks like, turn on any evening newscast and it will define it for you. It does not surprise me in the least that they lied to achieve their end goal. It's what they do, corporations that is. Make no mistake, they will say and do anything that makes them the most money. They will destroy the environment, they'll create pollution, they'll cause gridlock on the roads, they'll decrease our road safety, they'll pay extra money to destroy sensitive habitats and wetlands, they'll create an environment that will increase crime, deprive the local community of revenue for 23 years, put overwhelming pressure on emergency services, stretch school resources thinner than they already are, reduce property values of the surrounding residents. Elected officials and zoning boards are supposed to counter their worst instincts, not enable them. I am not surprised that a corporation will lie, cheat, and steal to achieve their ends. When they get caught, they'll pay a fine and their problem goes away. We see it over and over. What I am surprised is knowing that they lied about the TIF eligibility, you guys seem to think that they're not lying to you about town centers and swan boats and all the other pie-in-the-sky promises they've made. These are shrewd, sophisticated people. They are wolves. We are the sheep. They will promise you all kinds of things to get their way. If Sugar Grove has determined that warehouses and commercial development is what is needed, there is ample land at 47 in Galena. The land is already flat, the infrastructure is already in place, it's right near the airport, it's close to the interstate, and the land is for sale, and it's in Sugar Grove. This project will cannibalize Sugar Grove's existing downtown area if it goes in. People will have to drive practically to Elburn to use this land, and with the excess traffic, they are not likely to do so. All of the small businesses down there will suffer. These are businesses that should be supported, not cannibalized. Rocky's Dojo, Fireside Grill, and Paisano's Pizza will likely have to go out of business due to traffic being diverted to the Grove. Have you done your due diligence on this? Have you thoroughly researched other Crown projects? Have they kept their promises in other locations? Have you researched other similar projects to see if they delivered the intended results? I've seen no evidence that supports this in any way. My last point, if I knew that I was going to do something on my property that would harm my neighbors or make their lives more difficult, I would not be able to sleep at night or look at myself in the mirror. I don't know how anyone can sit there knowing that there's been ample evidence that shows not only this is a bad idea and that people don't want it, and to continue to ignore their voices. You guys are supposed to represent the will of the people, and I hope you do so.
Hello, my name is Laura Proctor. I live at 43W851 Oakleaf Drive, Elburn, Blackberry Township.
Your name again?
Laura Proctor.
Thank
As a master's prepared nurse with 2 board certifications and over 18 years of experience, I want to share the definition of nursing as it sets the context for my comment related to the proposed planned development district. Nursing is the protection, promotion, and optimization of health and abilities, prevention of illness and injury, and advocacy for the care of individuals, families, groups, communities, and populations. Today, I want to address an issue that will directly affect our communities: the health impacts of warehouse developments located close to residential homes, and more importantly, to young children, including my 1, 4, and 6-year-old, who reside in Nottingham Woods, Blackberry Township, 750 feet away from Area 4. As we know, the growth of e-commerce has led to a surge of warehouse and business park construction. While this may seem like positive economic development, it brings with it significant health risks, particularly when those are situated near our residential areas. First, air quality. There are many toxins which have adverse impacts on health and pollutants, and the strongest evidence for public health concerns are particulate matter, which was mentioned earlier today and yesterday. Warehouses typically involve heavy truck traffic and industrial operations, both of which contribute to elevated levels of these pollutants. Diesel exhaust from trucks contain harmful substances which can penetrate deep into our lungs, enter our bloodstream, and travel to our organs, causing systemic damage to our tissues and cause cells that are irreversible. In a recent 2024 study, data shows that people living in communities located near to large warehouses are exposed to 20% more traffic-related air pollutants that can lead to asthma and other health conditions. Children are particularly vulnerable to these pollutants because their respiratory systems are still developing, making them even more susceptible to asthma and other respiratory diseases. In general, for all of us, both short and long-term exposures to these pollutants can lead to inflammation, oxidative stress, immunosuppression, and cell mutations throughout our bodies, impacting our lungs, our heart, our brain, and other organs, ultimately leading to disease, premature mortality, and reduced life expectancy. Furthermore, data demonstrates an excess risk of colorectal cancer for residents who live within 1.86 miles of industries releasing these pollutants into the air. In terms of this proposed development, this would increase the risk directly to the residents of Nottingham Woods, Willow Creek, Blackberry Woods, Hannaford Farms, and students and faculty attending the Wabansie Community College and Harder Middle School. This equates currently to almost 12,000 individuals who would work, live, and attend schools within that 1.8 mile. And that's more than the entire population of Sugar Grove, who would have an increased risk of colorectal cancer. These specific health impacts hit home to me as a nurse who has cared for dying cancer patients, and as a daughter whose father has battled colorectal cancer, which is the third most deadly cancer. Why would you knowingly risk the health of 12,000 individuals? I just have one more. It should be a heavyweight.
Laura, quite a bit of time's gone by.
Right here.
Thanks. Carol Green, 0S220 Kenmar Drive, Elburn, in Blackberry Township. It should be a heavy weight for this board and the elected officials to carry, knowing that their decision can have such grave health impacts. In addition to the air pollution, industrial noise pollution is another critical concern. Warehouses operate around the clock with continuous noise from loading docks, trucks, and machinery. This type of noise can vary significantly depending on the sources, processes, and equipment involved, and the typical noise levels range from 70 to 80 decibels for light manufacturing to 110 to 130 decibels for heavy construction equipment during construction activities. This is important to recognize that the exposure to these noise levels exceeding 85 decibels for extended periods can lead to hearing damage. Chronic industrial noise exposure has been linked to increased stress levels, disrupted sleep, and adverse cardiovascular effects. For young children who require consistent sleep for healthy development, this noise can interfere with their growth and overall well-being. We must also consider the long-term effects on the community health. Prolonged exposure to pollutants and noise can lead to the rise in chronic conditions such as heart disease and developmental disorders. These issues place a strain on healthcare systems and reduce the quality of life for residents, especially for families with young children. Given these health concerns and my professional obligations, we must advocate for stricter zoning regulations and environmental standards. Warehouses should be located away from residential areas, particularly those with young children. In conclusion, while this warehouse development contributes to economic growth, they must not come at the expense of our health and well-being. We have a responsibility to ensure our communities and children remain safe and healthy. Let us act now to safeguard the environment, protect our future generations who do not have a vote in this matter, our children and grandchildren. Please do not jeopardize the health of our community for this development. And then I have something I want to add. I haven't been able to make a left-hand turn into my subdivision in years. Now, with the extra truck traffic from the mine, 47 has just become an absolute disaster. The two entrances for Winden Oak subdivision are around blind curves. Crown talked about, well, improvements and expanding of 47. It's not going to happen in Blackberry Township. I've checked that out thoroughly, and I've been told no. And you can't put stoplights or stop signs there because it's a blind curve. You know how you could reduce traffic? Change the speed limit to 35 miles an hour. I'm sure the truck drivers would love that. And get police enforcement. There's no police enforcement on 47 whatsoever. This is insane, and I don't understand why, with all of the people, my neighbors, that have spent all of their time researching and presenting scientific reasoning for why this shouldn't happen, that this is even possibly going forward.
16 through 20 can line up now. Monica, Sheila Albano, Carolyn Anderson, Michael Morcos, and Gil Sharp.
I'm number 19, just for reference. My name is Michael Morcus. I reside at 1628 Chestnut Hill Court in Sugar Grove. I'm actually here on behalf of my neighbor, if that's acceptable to you. He asked me to read a letter on his behalf. His name is Bill Klisch. He's a 16-year resident of 1864 Hunters Ridge Lane in Sugar Grove, near the petitioner's property. Bill's sorry he's not able to present in person due to a prior commitment this evening. So I'll read this on his behalf. This whole process seems backwards to me. We are being asked to approve rezoning, annexation of property, and investing millions of dollars based on a high-level PowerPoint presentation renderings of what it could be. Logically, as it is in most businesses, a full plan supported by most of our residents would be developed and completely vetted before asking for approvals and funding to be provided. In the past 16 years, our village has attracted few businesses and not been able to complete the Settlers Ridge or Hannaford Farm subdivisions. Driving around our neighbor towns, I see a Casey's gas stations, upscale restaurants, and housing developments happening regularly. Given the lack of growth for such a long period of time, I do not have a lot of confidence that the development will just appear on this property as designed. As outlined during the TIF hearing a few weeks ago, this Planning Commission's approval is the first of many steps to allow the plan to move forward. Given the significance of this decision, I hope all of you will be approaching this with an open mind and free from influence and pressure from the petitioner or any village board members. The petition being presented tonight, now in its second iteration, is a worse proposition, in my opinion, for the future of our village than the previous version. This version has our village residents providing $110 million, approximately $150,000 per acre, as part of a TIF to assist the Crown family to prepare the land they own. This investment will not put a road in nor run any power or water lines. My father was planning board chairman of my New York hometown, 3 times the size of Sugar Grove for 12 years. I know how much work it can be and appreciate all that you do to protect our village from changes that are not in the best interest of most of its residents. Never in those 12 years were metal detectors and multiple police officers needed at any meeting, despite very controversial proposals like bringing in a Walmart. The fact that these meetings need the metal detectors and police force, the police presence says more than all the testimony and public comments do. The previous version of this petition was rejected by the commission, and I ask that you reject this petition similarly. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Carolyn Anderson, 43W725 Old Midlothian Road in Nottingham Woods, Blackberry Township. I'm reading a public comment from Dr. Carly Schmidt-Simard. She was here yesterday and available for cross-examination, but due to how things worked out yesterday, that didn't happen for her. So she's provided this. My name is Dr. Carly Schmidt-Simard, and I am an assistant professor of earth science at the College of DuPage. I am speaking as a private citizen, and am not representing opinions of the college. As a scientist, I have serious concerns about the validity of TRC's report on air quality dispersion modeling for the Grove's development. As noted by Dr. Powell, the report makes faulty assumptions that twist the truth to paint a picture that is convenient for Crown. The honesty and usefulness of our science depends on the assumptions we use to design our experiments. Dishonest assumptions produce dishonest results. So I would like to highlight just a few of the many troubling assumptions in the report from my perspective as an atmospheric scientist and science communicator. Aside from underestimating the impact of the proposed development on traffic, the report only examines one type of pollutant, PM 2.5, particulate matter, or tiny particulate matter less than 2.5 microns in diameter. The report states that while motor vehicles emit other pollutants, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, volatile hydrocarbons, and lead, PM 2.5 is the most relevant for trucks and the greatest concern for nearby roadways. What the report doesn't mention is that these other less relevant pollutants are ingredients for smog and the formation of ground-level ozone, a potent respiratory irritant. The report also relies heavily on the assumptions that vehicle emissions will fall sharply over the next decade from the adoption of electric vehicles. This is what fuels the assertion that the development would lead to a net reduction in PM 2.5, and again, they have only modeled PM 2.5 by 2039. In essence, the report concludes that the development's impacts don't matter because they will be offset by unrelated emissions reductions. Lastly, I want you to think back to your high school or college science classes and remember a little something about the scientific method. To test a hypothesis, we need a control group and an experimental group. Our control group provides a baseline so we can understand how changing a variable affects our experimental group. We cannot have an experiment without a control group, and yet that is precisely what the author of this report has done, violating the scientific method. He provides current pollution values from 2017 and then projected values for 2032 and 2039 with the development. There is a curious absence of projected values without the development for comparison. I find this deeply troubling, disingenuous at best, and malicious at worst. So I ask, if just one piece of this puzzle holds so many faulty assumptions, what other information is being twisted or withheld from the residents of Blackberry Township? I'd like to add to that as well is we are in the construction business, my family, and trucking as well. And I can tell you that this report never even covered the amount of pollution that's going to take place as a result of the 30 feet of grading that Crown plans to do when they ruin the very hill that provides water to our homes. They are also not taking into account the tremendous amount of pollution from the construction equipment that will be out there for 10 years. I would like you to consider that as well. Thank you.
All right, next one's 21 through 25. Julia Fuse, Carly Schmidt-Simmerd, Stacy Miller, Tim Slamons, Chris Haskins.
Hi, before my time begins, I'd like to just correct the record. Yesterday it was said that I provided my research studies and materials to you on August 11th, but I provided them on August 4th.
Your name, please?
Julia Fuse. I did send an additional email on the 11th because I never received a reply confirming that you received them. And in that email, I also included that handout that is a summary of the research articles I provided. So again, my name's Julia Fuse. I live at 54 Rolling Oaks Road in Sugar Grove. I'm a registered nurse at a rehabilitation hospital, a wife and a mother. I'm here voicing my opposition to this annexation, development, and TIF. I believe this development will forever alter the quaint sought-after community of Sugar Grove, changing it into an industrial area that people do not want to live near. The development will bring traffic-related air pollution and other unknown hazards to our community, putting our health at risk due to the increased truck traffic and planned permitted use for this land. Stripping the community and village board of the ability to deny certain hazardous industries from being brought to the proposed development is an unnecessary risk. All of us want ourselves and our family and friends to remain healthy without developing new diseases, cancers, or having our current health conditions made worse. This development will threaten our health in those precise ways through the air pollution created by the truck traffic in the area, the increased truck traffic, not to mention the potential hazards and additional air pollution that can be created by the industries brought into the industrial park. Research studies have shown that traffic-related air pollution has increased by 20% in the area surrounding warehouses, and it travels at least 4 miles or more with the wind. Dr. Powell shared this with us yesterday. Traffic-related air pollution is associated with increased incidence of breast and lung cancers, increased incidence of cerebral palsy, autism, ADHD, and neurodevelopmental disorders in babies born to women exposed to traffic air pollution during pregnancy. Traffic air pollution significantly impacts disease progression in multiple sclerosis. Traffic air pollution is well known for worsening airway disease, and it is now being shown to cause onset of childhood asthma. It is well known that it exacerbates cardiovascular disease and is now shown to be associated with vascular disease in adolescents and young adults, which can lead to heart attacks and strokes. Air and noise pollution exposure during pregnancy and early childhood is associated with increased depression and psychotic episodes in adolescents and young adults. It is associated with depression during pregnancy. It is associated with needing help and loss of independence in later life. It is shown to increase mortality due to cardiovascular and respiratory causes, even during short-term exposure. The evidence for the information I just provided is found in the peer-reviewed scientific research studies I emailed to the Planning Commission and the Village Board. These studies clearly show a direct correlation between traffic-related air pollution and the diseases and health conditions I just discussed. I strongly urge you to consider these research studies and health hazards this development will bring to our community and not recommend annexation or this development to occur. Thank you.
I don't think I'm next, but I don't see anybody else standing up. Tim Slamons, Hazel Crest Drive, Sugar Grove, Illinois. I stand here on behalf of my family, my brother's family, and 4 of our children's family. We have 7 households in the Sugar Grove area. 6 of them are within 1 mile of this development. 1 is in downtown Sugar Grove. Sounds like a great place for downtown. I have one question for the board. Do you know about the 140 acres that are directly east of this development? It is owned, there are 6 different parcels, both south and north of the tollway, 140 acres owned by a trust called the Conan Heisel Trust. Now, I would never bring up someone's name like that unless I talked to them first. I contacted Jen, and she gave me a bunch of jumbled words, and more importantly, she got me at first.
Tim,
Yes, sir.
we're not here to assassinate anybody's name or to direct the issues on zoning.
I am here to tell you that Jennifer is the #1 pushing for $350 million TIF. Crown, get out of our back pockets. We don't want you in our backyard,
Tim.
and we don't want you in our back pockets. Am I allowed to talk for 3 minutes or not?
No. You're allowed to address the issue that was before this board. You don't have to name call. You can address what the issues are, and we appreciate hearing that. Thank you.
Well, Crown, first of all, thank you for the comedy hour last night. We all appreciated it. Every time you look at the news articles from Crown, it says that you guys listened to the residents and came back with a better plan. Can you please tell us what residents and what day that was that you listened to us? Because we all talk a lot, and nobody said that they've ever talked to a Crown representative. Village of Sugar Grove is already over their TIF limit legally in Illinois. Jen's trying to cancel the other 2 TIFs now so that they can approve this one, which is
Tim,
also.
we're not here on the TIF. We're on the rezoning of the subject property.
The
And that's what
subject
we'd like you to
property is
address.
not even in the Village of Sugar Grove. Are you able to rezone property in Kane County? You know, I love this area. My grandma came here 50 years ago. Our family is rooted here. And you know what I love about it? I never tell anybody I'm from the Chicago area. I tell them I'm from the country, 45 miles west of Chicago. If you want anything, you can go 10 miles east, Naperville, Geneva, St. Charles, whatever you want. We don't want it in our backyard.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Kim T. Area residents, have my own clinic, serving on a state board, hospital licensing board. First of all, I want to thank the board of commissions that 7 of you volunteer your time being appointed by president of the village. I was appointed by the village. You do not get paid. I do not get paid. I constantly get this type of oppositions from closing down any hospital that not doing their job. Now, I'm here to testify that to plead the Board of Commissions, the Zoning and Planning Board, to vote no. Do not change the zone. The north side of the property, there are so many corns and soybeans. In 2022, Illinois exported corns and soybeans to the world, total of $3.5 billion. This is a big income for state of Illinois. Illinois is #1 in the nation, produce the crops. That's the God put the food on your table and my table and everybody else's table and Crown's representative table, that they try to sabotage by putting a warehouse and truck stops that pollute the environment, that contradict with the Crown family philanthropy. Last week, I just came back from Paris Olympics volunteer at the opening ceremony to keep the world peace. Now I have to deal with this local, my own community, fight over some environment that the Crown family philanthropy that contradict their mission. Last week, I planned to have mobilize a big, massive protest in downtown Chicago in front of Crown Family Philanthropy's office on Wacker Drive. I was threatened with my life. The police should protect us, the residents, the taxpayer, not the Crown who have the power to try to get rid of me. This is called assassination. I am the FBI ambassador. I graduated from FBI Citizen Academy last month. I have contact. If it is an imminent threat, my counterpart would investigate, disrupt, and dismantle the threat against my life and my family's life. Can I get 1 more minute? Thank you.
Okay, if Chris Hoskins is not here, we're going to move on to 26 through 30. Carrie Guerrera, Paige Gravitt, Mark Mathers, Jerry Malloy, and Jen Ward. If you could please line up in the aisle and be ready for your turn.
Hi, I'm Carrie Guerra, 4S020 Harder Road in Sugar Grove. I am considered a non-impacted party. However, my property that I have lived at in 2 weeks, I will have lived there for 30 years, and my property is 1.2 miles from where we are discussing. So I think it's curious that I'm considered a non-impacted party. The panel here of elected officials, you guys are friends and family, and you have family and friends here in Sugar Grove, and I have over 8 pages here of information and statistics and things that I was going to discuss today, a lot of which are important things that I really wanted to talk about, a lot of stuff that has been already discussed. But I was here last night. I had to leave early because my dad had to go to the emergency room, also a 50-year Sugar Grove property owner, that his property will be impacted as well. And when I got here last night, I was so saddened because there was a fleet of Sugar Grove police officers, and I have been a community member, very, very active in the Canelan school districts, all the way from kindergarten through high school, Holiday in the Grove, all of the different Sugar Grove corn boil, all of these things for over, all of my kids' things, brownies and Girl Scouts and all of these things, and not
Carrie,
one single
we
time
need you
have
to-
I
we
ever
need you to
had
address
to
the issue of
go
zoning.
through a metal detector. Not one single event, no IHSA sporting events, not one single time have I had to have my purse searched. And I'm saddened by that. So I've never had to be concerned that a Crown Development member would have to be escorted by the police to their cars. We are not a community of that caliber. So I
Carrie,
implore you,
Carrie,
the
we need you to
Planning
address
Commission.
You're out of order.
I'm not out of order.
You're
I'm
out of order,
I'm
young
talking
lady.
to the Planning Commission.
We need you to address the zoning issues.
That's what I'm talking about.
Don't
I
believe you
implore
are.
the Planning Commission to listen to your constituents and vote no to your zoning questions and your zoning proposal and vote no. Obviously, this is a heated debate. Please vote no. Listen to us.
Thank you.
My name is Paige Gravitt, and I'm a Blackberry Township resident. I'm going to be speaking today about the Area 5 fueling station proposed. Although it may be enticing to have a fueling center near the I-88 access points, I'm here to appeal to the board that just because this has generically been positioned as a need or it seems useful in a proposed plan does not mean that it'll be good for the community or the village in reality. These types of facilities present a multitude of health and safety concerns and can require costly environmental cleanups. Gas stations or fueling centers are located in close proximity as it is. Elburn's Mobile and the BP in Sugar Grove are merely 7.5 miles from one another. There are 262 gas stations in Kane County alone already. With the influx of electric vehicles, fueling stations are decreasing in number. The last thing we should be approving is potential blight risk. And certainly not anything near neighboring homes or planned new housing. Truck stops, fueling centers, and gas stations can present many amenities that, again, may seem desirable, but the cost can be far too great. In order to fuel vehicles, an underground tank is used to supply fuel. According to the EPA, these tanks can last an average of 20 years, but can leak if corroded at any time. These leaks will release a slew of harmful chemicals into the earth and into the groundwater, including our aquifers. If and when this water is consumed, it can lead to catastrophic health issues for nearby residents. In the area proposed for this development, there are hundreds of shallow wells that would potentially be affected. And then I submitted a chart, I don't know if you all saw that, with the outlying health risks. Tanks are just one of the ways that these centers can affect the environment and surrounding citizens. I also contained an image about VOCs and venting from those underground tanks. Fueling centers sometimes include car or truck washes, which have been found to be using solutions rich in PFAs, which run off into the ground in groundwater. According to the EPA, for PFOA, PFOS, EPA is setting a maximum contaminant level goal, a non-enforceable health-based goal at 0. This reflects the latest science showing that there's no level of exposure to these contaminants without risk of health impacts, including certain cancers. Sugar Grove already is facing water contaminants without adding a fueling center to the mix. In addition to this, there is a U.S. code that states that the state will not add any points of access to or exit from the project in addition to those approved by the Secretary and the plans for such project without the prior approval of the Secretary. Such agreement shall contain a clause providing that the state will not permit automotive service stations or other commercial establishments for serving motor vehicle users to be constructed or located on the rights-of-way of the interstate system. I ask that you carefully consider the points that I've outlined above and remind you all that the EPA has only recently taken a firmer stance on PFAs and for many years have allowed for unhealthy levels of PFAs to be present in our water supplies. Through research, they were able to justify changing their guidelines to ensure public safety, and I wish that you would as well.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Ward. Thank you for your time and service. First of all, I know it is a all-consuming task at times. I want to ask you, and I want you to really think about, who do you serve? If your answer is that you serve the constituents, they are a clear and resounding no to this rezoning and to this development proposal. The timing of this hearing certainly impacted attendance tonight, as most parents are home getting their kids ready for their first day of school. Nevertheless, we persist. The PDD zoning designation is overly broad. It gives carte blanche to yet to be determined end-use developers. More specific mixed-use zoning needs to be codified. Standard zoning is more clear and puts power back into the hands of the village, not the developers. I implore you to review the community feedback from residents of previous Crown projects. Just 20 years ago, the zoning board in Black Diamond, Washington was sitting in your chair. 10 Trails, Washington, to this day, there is no retail village, there is no town center, there is no new fire station, no walkable schools. There are issues with traffic, congestion, financing, school funding, sinkholes, and foundations. The children are bused to neighboring schools, overburdening them. On the way over here last night, when we left school supply drop-off, early, I brought my 8-year-old daughter with me. She said, "Mom, what is this meeting about?" I said, "Do you remember the story of the Lorax?" And she said, "Of course, the one who speaks for the trees." And I said, "The Lorax is here, but it's even worse. He wants to use the money for your school to take the trees. Please, who do you represent? Who do you serve? If it's the people, it's no. Thank you."
Okay, if we could get 31 through 35 lined up. Jessica Bolton, Jarrah Piper, John Bryan, Teresa Woodward, Robert Moss.
Hello. Ooh, sorry, I'm kind of tall. Oh, it doesn't rise. Okay, my name is Jessica Bolton. I only really decided to comment yesterday. I am an environmental consultant, and I do work from home. I live at 230 St. James Parkway in Sugar Grove, and I was just looking through a couple of the...
Get the microphone closer to you, please.
Sorry, my bad. I was just looking at the Illinois State Water Survey reports that have been given in the last 2 years, in 2022 and in 2024. They're kind of made by the same people. I saw a couple other documents where there's like 2 separate types of water surveys, but this is the one that results in asking for Joliet to, or waiting for Joliet to leave the aquifer by the time like 2036 or something. So I wanted to talk a bit about that. So there are currently 6 places. There's groundwater monitoring wells, and their purpose is to assess water demands and quality, as well as to make recommendations for the future. The 2022 report talks about how the aquifer can work for us, but only for the next anywhere between like 10 and 40 years, depending on if other municipalities leave the aquifer, most notably Joliet. And their modeling only goes to 2070. However, those reports are only based on current pumping conditions of how we already are as a village. And a lot of the key takeaways in that report are even that there's no way that this is sustainable and that we should be very careful in planning moving forward. So there is an additional study that they revised in 2024. The people I'm talking about are Daniel Hadley and Cecilia Colin, where they talked a lot more about the water quality. At one of the monitoring wells, they found high levels of arsenic, and then the other monitoring wells, they exceeded secondary things from the US EPA of manganese, of iron, of total dissolved solids, and even of chlorides. So we already know that the aquifer that we have been using, it's going to run out at some point. It's we're just kind of waiting to see and hoping that other municipalities will leave the aquifer first and that we will be the only ones that continue use of it, which I'm not sure there's a guarantee. And there's already pollutants that we know of in the water, and that can only go up. I'm sure last year you might remember the village of Sugar Grove sent out a notice about manganese in the well number 2 and how we are going to stop using well number 2 and it's just going to become obsolete. And I was thinking about that, and I read through these reports, and I was also thinking about how I had very short time left, there was already water restrictions placed upon all village residents that we can only have watering of our lawns between 6 and 9 a.m. and 6 and 9 p.m., and this is year-round. So I guess my biggest question is, like, based on these things that we already know, how can we have a data center that has unrestricted water use and can pump thousands of gallons a day when we already are not supposed to be pumping all of this kind of water ourselves as residents?
Okay, I guess we'll move on to 36 through 40. Peter Baumann, Amy Eimerman, Bryce Carey, Victor Gensini, and Donna Baumann. Please line up.
Good evening. I am Pete Boffman, 43W880 Red Oak Drive. Quoting from the Sugar Grove zoning regulations, Chapter 1, Title, Purpose, and Intent. This board's purpose is to protect and promote the public health, safety, comfort, and general welfare of the people. It goes on to say, foster a rational pattern relationship of land uses between residential, business, commercial, and industrial for the mutual benefit of all, and prevent uses, buildings, or structures that are incompatible with those of the surrounding area. According to the PDD regulation plan, PDD zoning in Area 4 and 5, which are north of the tollway, which allow virtually any kind of development, no restrictions, including a truck stop fueling station directly across the street within 250 feet of residences on shallow wells. How can anyone think that that is protecting and promoting the public health, safety, and comfort and general welfare? The completion of the I-88 interchange has affected the surrounding area, but unfortunately not for the better. The interchange was promoted by Crown to increase the profitability of their land. Sugar Grove continues to say it needs to diversify and add business parks, commercial and industrial to their tax base. And this area is far away from Sugar Grove residents, right by the tollway. Perfect, right? Why does Sugar Grove continue to fail to realize there are hundreds of existing homeowners right there, already existing there? Not Sugar Grove residents, of course, but homeowners just the same. Their only fault is living close to the tollway, who, by the way, the majority, when they purchased their land, it wasn't even a full interchange. We only request, we all understand this land will be developed. We only request it can be developed with responsible public health, safety, comfort, and general welfare of all the people, not just Sugar Grove. One other thing, in the past week, I have spent a lot of time in Sugar Grove neighborhoods. Can I have about 30 seconds? I've met and talked with a lot of friendly people. Not one of these people were in support of Sugar Grove and this project annexation. They mostly don't see the benefit and understand why. I hope you all remember your purpose is to serve the people of Sugar Grove, not just to tell them what you think is best for them. Please, listen to the residents of Sugar Grove when you vote, and vote no.
Good evening, my name is Amy Eimerman, and I live in Windsor Point, a Sugar Grove resident.
While I'm not legally considered an impacted party, as a Sugar Grove resident, I will certainly be impacted by the increased financial cost to our community, as well as increased pollution, traffic, noise, and the inevitable safety issues that would follow the rezoning of farmland to PDD that allows warehouse, data center, and distribution development. I worry about my grandson attending Waubonsee Community College, a young driver having to travel what would become the Route 47 development corridor. There are places and spaces in communities that may be attractive to outside corporations as they plan and assume that their vision for those communities should align with speculative investments and plans for future profitability. Sugar Grove has landed directly in the sights of Crown Development. Their request for rezoning is not just a practical official process. It is a request to fundamentally change our community's character. Accountability to this request demands better answers to our questions than the proverbial, "because we said so." Utilization of studies and data that are a part of zoning requests or development plans, proprietary or not, should be available to the impacted parties. As you use this information as viable data to support your request, you should defend its use with transparency. While I can appreciate the emotional marketing strategy of Crowns sharing their experience of observing grandparents teaching their grandchildren to fish in man-made retention ponds, I think it better illustrates their misunderstanding of our community values. How many board meetings, department meetings, planning meetings, committee meetings, public hearings, coffees, presentations, resident speakers, non-resident impacted party statements, social media posts, FOIA requests, emails, phone calls, and metal detectors? How many years and village employee hours does it take to understand that the majority of this community and its neighbors do not want this development inclusive of data centers, warehouses, and fueling stations? This proposed master plan community is beyond Crown's expertise and previous successful residential developments. I respectfully request the zoning request is denied. I would also like to say, with the few minutes that I have left, it was unconscionable to keep the participants of this hearing here until almost 11:30 last night. In doing so, you showed a complete disregard for our community and our desire to be meaningful participants in this process. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bryce Carey, and I live at 43W906 Red Oak Drive. I've lived there for over 24 years, and before that I lived in Pressbury. For those of you that don't know, Red Oak Drive is just west of 47, just off of Seavey Road. I ask each and every member of the Planning and Zoning to do a drive-by, not to just look at the map, and come and see what we really have. Like many of you, I went to the ortho doctor 2 years ago and he suggested a knee replacement to improve the quality of my life. Done. Thanks to him, I can walk, I can ride my bike, I can play golf without pain. Definitely a change for the better, a better quality of life. Now I'd like to talk about the quality of life for the residents of Seavey Road and Red Oak Drive. I'd like to talk about the impact on these residents because of the proposed fueling station at Route 47 and Seavey Road. You see, we don't have bike paths. We walk to Route 47 on Seavey and we come back home. We ride our bikes to Route 47 and come back home. Neighbors with animals walk their dogs on Red Oak Drive, on Seavey Road, to Route 47, and come back home. Our neighbors walk with their children and push their baby strollers on Route 47 on Seavey Road, and they come back home. I guess if we continue to do this, the part about coming back home might be a problem. What about our safety? What about our quality of life? Are you going to tell us just to stay home? You know, deer and other wildlife live in the area of the fueling station. You can see the deer in the field in the fall, and they wander over through our street and our yards. something that will no longer be because of a fueling station. Living less than a quarter of a mile from a fueling station will impact my neighborhood with light pollution, noise pollution, and traffic. But according to Crown, I'll be able to breathe better as the air quality will be better. If you haven't figured it out by now, the residents of Seavey Road and Red Oak Drive must use Seavey Road every day. That's our only way out to Route 47. Stop and think about the impact to these residents and their quality of life, as this will change, and not for the better. I know you can make more money selling to a corporate gas station, but I like ice cream better. Make it an ice cream store, and I can still walk there and safely make my way home. You know, there's 74 people right now watching this on YouTube that couldn't be here, and I hope some of them are the village board. Vote no for a fueling station. Thank you.
Just the mic here for a second. Before I start, I just want to say I was here from 5 to 11 p.m. last night, and I find it pretty disappointing that I live 780 feet from this development, and I can't present any slides. I'm not cool enough to be impacted, but I could hit my 5-iron there on a good day. All right. I'm Victor Gensini, Dr. Victor Gensini. I live off of Scott Road, 43W545, 781 feet from this development. People on Scott Road call Scott Road Sugar Grove Raceway. In August of 2020, I was sitting on the couch with my wife, my 2 sons, and a 20-year-old wrapped his vehicle around the tree right outside. I had to put the fire out. Luckily, Life Flight was able to land on Scott Road, and this gentleman was able to survive, thanks to Elburn Fire Department. We've lost several dogs, cats, ducks along Scott Road, a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit that seems to be, on a good day, 65 miles per hour. Every time I turn left out of Scott Road onto 47, I say a prayer. That's how dangerous that intersection is right now. I'd like to talk first about the air quality. My PhD is actually in atmospheric science. Luckily, for Crown, the figure 2 in the air quality report is confirmed. The predominant wind direction at Aurora Municipal Airport is westerly. However, that's westerly for a majority of the winter. In summer and in fall, the most common wind direction is actually east-northeast, carrying all of the pollution back towards Nottingham Woods. I have receipts, if you'd like to see them, but I'm not able to show them today. Another issue that I'd like to bring up is this elevated water storage tank that nobody has talked about on the north side of the interstate. 750,000 gallons. Does anybody on the planning committee have an idea of how big that water tower would be? Elevated water tower? Here's a Google Street View of where the proposed location would be. Nottingham Woods looking east across 47. Characteristic of the development, that is a cornfield. Perhaps the new water tower should turn around and look at that beautiful logo, Sugar Grove with the maple trees. Maybe we should change that to warehouses. I'm gonna run out of time here. Most importantly, a truck stop, a warehouse, and a 750,000-gallon elevated water tank are not characteristic of the current area, regardless of how pretty the pickleball courts are. The area is currently farmland and low-density residential. That's a fact. In addition, a majority of land is not suitable for such a development per the Kane County Water Community Soil District. Crown says otherwise, but won't provide the receipts. Has anybody on the board actually seen that data or those reports that can confirm that this land is suitable for development? And finally, I can close with my last slide here because I wasn't able to show anything. Everything's out of order. The air quality report is disingenuous at best. I want to be very clear with my last statement. I am not against developing portions of the property, but PDD zoning is incredibly favorable for the developer, akin to receiving a blank check with no oversight, no promises. There are much smarter ways for the village and the community to aid in the development of these parcels with proper oversight and due process.
Okay, Donna Bauman. All right, let's do 41 through 45. Dale Peterson, Lulu Reimer, Ron Stenz, Pat Gallagher, and Patty Jensen, please line up.
Hi, I'm taking Donna's spot. Okay, maybe you do need me today. My name is Beth Ball. I spoke yesterday in regards to the air quality and illnesses that had come. When I discussed things with Crown afterwards, I asked about their litigation and if they've ever been litigated. And I have forwarded some information to you that did you receive it? Okay, cool. That they were dishonest and that they have been litigated before when they were doing exactly what they're doing here. So it's kind of sad that you're in a church and you're dishonest. It really is. I just want you to feel that. I hope it feels good.
Did you
in your
get their
soul.
response at the email?
Did I get a response from the email?
Did you see their response?
No, I didn't see the response. They didn't send it to me because I have it. I've been looking at my email all day. I've just got it from Marion. What was the response?
I don't think it was their company that was sued in that litigation, but they'll address it when they have their opportunity, I'm sure.
Really? What? Okay, well, I'll go look it up, but it certainly looked like their corporation that came out of Naperville. Same name, same Grove titles. You sure?
Losing time.
Dale Peterson.
I'm Dale Peterson, 42W, 430 Kadika Road, Sugar Grove, Illinois, 60554, which is a rustic road. You can't touch it with contaminated water or anything. Okay. I'm 81 years old, and I've lived on Kadika Road 78 years. I know what runs around here, water, ground, and everything and stuff. All the two wells, what the hell you call them, they self-pump themselves, I can't think of it right now. They were blocked off years ago. Okay, now here, where we at? There is an underground water rising in this area, flooding house basements on Kadika Road. Sump pumps run 24/7. Call to verify. Jody L. Woolenek, Director for Kane County Water Management, 630-232-3499. Blackberry Creek has a 75 square mile watershed area. There are several large trees and brush impeding water flow throughout the whole system. Should be cleaned out before any excavation starts on project concurring with Blackberry Preservation Society. There are several shallow wells on Kadika Road, 35 to 50 feet. I know because my dad and I hand drove the 35-foot well 60 years ago, still potable. Your massive roof runoffs overwhelm the ecosystem. 2 miles southeast of project, there are an endangered turtle species. You can go to the county and they'll tell you. Where am I at here now? I got to wrote it all over. Please look into your conscience and vote no. Thank you, sirs. And women.
Hello, my name is Olivia Reimer, but anyone who knows me calls me Lulu. I live in Blackberry Township off of Route 47 in a wonderful home with my beautiful family. I'm a ballerina and contemporary dancer. I'm 17 and I'll be starting my senior year of high school tomorrow morning. I will not be attending Caneland High School, and I will not be staying here for college. In February of 2021, as a 15-year-old freshman, I was forced to make a very difficult decision. I withdrew from the Caneland High School district and began online private schooling. It hurts my heart to hear that the Grove and Village of Sugar Grove would rather build a new community than aid what we already have. I didn't need food trucks, park events, or beer gardens. I still don't. I needed a safe and well-funded school to attend for arguably the most formative years of my life. For the 6 months I was at Caneland High School, I experienced the following. A janitor taught my enhanced geometry class because no substitute teachers were available. I opened a library book and a cockroach fell on my lap. I had to take a PE class in 111-degree heat because the air conditioning in the upstairs aux gym had not been functioning since the start of the school year. I roamed the halls looking for an adult because my biology teacher was absent and our classroom was left unattended for 20 minutes. I helped my English teacher grade papers because he did not get accepted time off to attend a relative's wedding and he needed to get all of his work done before the end of the day. And so much more that I do not have the time to recount for you. On my last day of attending public high school, a large group of 30 or more parents broke in. Actually, they were let inside the school by a student to protest the mandate of masks on the student body of Caneland. These strangers walked the hallways and no adults were inside the building to stop them. I called my mom to come pick me up and I have not stepped foot inside that building since.
Ma'am, you've got to address the zoning issue. I appreciate your story here, but you've got to address the, ma'am, I'm talking to her, not to you.
I enjoy online schooling as it works best with my heavy dance schedule, but I cannot stand before you today and say that I don't miss going to school. Had greater funding been allotted to that school, I can confidently say that I would still be there. The communities of Sugar Grove, Elburn, Blackberry Township, and everywhere in between deserve better than this. We don't need to fund an already wealthy developer to put 3.5 million square feet of warehouses full of who knows what on our land. Instead of abandoning the lovely world that's here to build a new one, work with what you already have. You owe it to these people, and you owe it to these children, the future of this world. Say no.
Right, Ron Stens, 43W 480 Kenmar Drive. I'm currently the discipline chair of the Earth Science Department at the College of DuPage. I'm speaking to express my own thoughts and expertise. My comment is not a representation of the opinion of the college. While there are numerous concerns I have with the proposed zoning, many of these were discussed in detail last night and today. For those of you who are not able to stay until the very late end time of last night's hearing, I'll summarize a few things that we learned. First, despite petitioning for a massive warehousing and data center development, Crown testified that they do not have any experience doing a similar development. When presented with the publicly posted studies revealing the site is poorly suited for this type of development, Crown testified that they have a study that no one is allowed to see, which contradicts the publicly available study. They say that their study was done over 20 years ago, and it does not need to be redone, and that no one is allowed to see it. So we're left to take their word that they know the land is suitable for development that they've never done before, based on a study no one is allowed to see that was conducted over 20 years ago in preparation for an entirely different type of development. Additionally, we learned that Crown cannot provide an example of the irregular zoning being requested, of fueling stations sharing the road with an established neighborhood. They claim that it exists somewhere, but they do not know where. and they cannot provide a single example of it in the United States. Considering this type of development is brand new to Crown, one would think a developer would base zoning plans on existing projects. Apparently not, or perhaps none exist to use in the planning. During presentations and examinations, the comments of Crown's representatives were frequently factually inaccurate. How is the public supposed to cross-examine a petitioner when the petitioner is not even aware of the content of the materials that they have submitted? If it is a matter of understanding, we would be happy to teach you the scientific details in the materials you've submitted to allow productive discussion. For example, how to read a windrose. Does the property being considered for the zoning change even have a history of flooding or contributing to flooding? Crown's representatives were not sure and provided conflicting answers despite owning the land for over 20 years. This question in particular will likely decide whether it is a civil or criminal litigation that this developer may be facing if the zoning change is approved. Lastly, if Crown feels the need for this type of security that we've seen for a public hearing, what does that say about the plan being proposed? And what does that say about what they think of this community? I strongly encourage the Planning Commission to reject the proposal from this unqualified and unprepared developer that thinks so lowly of this community and/or the plan that they have proposed. Thank you.
I'm Pat Gallagher, a Sugar Grove resident. As you're aware, last night I cross-examined Crown for over an hour. Many will likely breathe a sigh of relief that I'm limited to 3 minutes tonight. I had a lot of questions, and despite Crown's answers, many of them still remain. I covered 3 main areas: the standards for rezoning, the requested variances, and the studies Crown has commissioned regarding their property. I urge you to very carefully analyze the questions and Crown's answers to the standards for rezoning. When going through them, ask yourself, has Crown truly answered this question as worded? For nearly all of them, the answer is no. You'll recall they refused to discuss how rezoning would promote the 5 relevant factors. They refused to list any detriments with the plan, despite common sense telling us all projects have pros and cons. They refused to discuss how their proposal is inconsistent with existing development. They struggled to define any problems with the existing agricultural zoning other than it not meeting their vision or expected ROI. They argue the interchange altered the character of the neighborhood, despite Crown's own correspondence indicating the development itself is what will change the rural character. They point to the comprehensive land use plan as warranting their development, despite evidence the plan has been amended multiple times to reflect Crown's desired land uses. Ask yourself if you're truly able to do your job deciding if the benefits outweigh the downsides, given Crown doesn't seem to answer questions in good faith. I want to apologize for not having specific citations for my variance questions last night. I poorly assumed the developer would be more familiar with the variances they had requested. Despite a long laundry list of proposed variances, Crown had trouble justifying many of them. In several cases, it appears they are attempting to cherry pick which regulatory bodies apply, and they are unwilling or unable to discuss the practical implications of such changes. In fact, one of their main justifications for the variances is the ordinances supposedly being out of date, a claim I consider an affront to the good work your board does. There has been ample time to make recommendations for changes if needed, and the absence of such modifications suggests the current ordinances are sufficient for zoning consideration. Lastly, there are concerns regarding the studies Crown has submitted. They admitted there are issues with which figure represents total village expenditures. They also acknowledge methodological issues such as including property taxes in their calculations despite EAVs being frozen due to the TIF. The vast majority of the jobs forecasted are warehousing jobs, which are at high risk of disappearing due to automation trends. Traffic will skyrocket, with one road potentially seeing a 15,285% increase in trips. I moved here 2 years ago at the age of 28, believing this to be a place we could set down roots and start our family. Let's do right by our community tonight and reject this proposal, keeping Sugar Grove and Blackberry Township places where families like mine can thrive, not just survive. Thank you.
I'm Patty Jensen. I live at 2 South 120, Illinois Route 47. Even though I'm out of the 250 square feet distance from being an impacted, I live on Route 47. I am an impacted party. And everybody who has an aquifer, well on that aquifer, is an impacted party as well. What is Sugar Grove's contingency plan for when you have a data center there and all of our wells go dry? Are you going to come to my house and drill me a deeper well? What happens if you put in a warehouse there and my water gets contaminated? What's Sugar Grove's plan so that I can have water at my house? I live on Route 47. When they put that interchange in, the traffic increased enormously. Some days it takes me 5 minutes to pull out of my driveway. Have you even thought about how long it takes you to pull out of your driveway? And pulling into my driveway, I spend all my time looking at my rearview mirror so I don't get rear-ended by a semi. It's almost happened a couple times. I put on my blinker and slow it down way before I have to. And it still, has an occasion to happen. Are you in fear of turning into your driveway? You need to vote no on this. You're putting the cart before the horse. You keep saying that you don't have a plan, you don't have a proposal, but yet you're voting on a plan that you don't even know about. Take control of this development. You are representing us. What is it going to take for you to hear us? We want you to vote no on this development, the PPD. We want you to take control and take our lives into consideration. Thank you.
All right, 46 through 50, if you could line up. Mike Peroy, Ross Powell, Rich Hayen, and Bonnie Proctor, and Dave Paluch.
Good evening, Mike Piercy, 233 Somerset Drive. First of all, I commend the developer for bringing the plan to you, and I commend you for accepting the responsibility to consider it. I've been in their shoes. It's not fun. I've worked for 2 developers that have come through town here, built subdivisions in town here. It was the right time for one of them. It was the right plan. It was done responsibly. The other development ran up against the housing crisis, and it was the right plan. It was happening correct. It was the bad timing. This is the wrong plan at the wrong time. It cannot be voted for. One thing I want to also ask the commissioner to correct procedurally when Crown gets up to present is that as an impacted party, all of us are required to name or identify ourselves and where we live with our personal residence. I would like each of them to do the same. Because if this petition does go forward, it needs to be on record that you are voting for a handful of people that don't live here and voting no to a lot of people that do not approve what they're petitioning for. So listen to us, please.
I'm Ross Powell, live at 43W976 Oakleaf Drive in Blackberry Township. Spoke yesterday, and I just wanted to clarify a few points that Crown could not answer about some things. The first is deep water aquifers that are supplying most of the water for Sugar Grove. As a previous speaker said, there were a couple of Illinois State Water Survey letter reports directly to Sugar Grove that deal with this both in 2022 and 2024. This is one of them stated in 2022, and right at the start they say, the updated scientific modeling indicates that Sugar Grove could be at risk of declining performance for wells reliant on Ironton-Galesville aquifer. And that is the most reliable aquifer you have. And I was told last night by Crown that it is your town that is promising Crown the water source for their industry and for their residents. And back in this study, they show, the State Water Survey shows that you are in problems with your water already and projected into the future. Think about it. Water, right? Everybody needs it. The other thing is, with respect to the shallow aquifers, I was a bit confused with the Crown response to my questioning about the shallow aquifers and water sources. I think what they were saying when the water was flowing south in general, I think what they were referring to were the shallow waterways, aquifers, that were the St. Charles Bedrock Valley and the Elburn Bedrock Valley aquifers that are at the bottom of the glacial pile. And that's where you get some of your water from and some of your wells that is flowing south towards Sugar Grove, all right? So I was concerned about the contamination up north. That water is flowing south in those bedrock valleys that your water supply is in. But the shallow aquifers that I was referring to is what some of the shallow wells go into by the local residents, private residents, that some people have referred to. They're shallow. They're not related to that. They're related to local bedrock, local glacial geology in that area. And those are the aquifers that are going to be interfered with by the Crown reconstruction. So what I'm concerned about is that the local residents there can have a potential for their wells drying up as well, and their wells being contaminated by the reconstruction of the ground surface in that area. The other thing I wanted to mention was about the TRC air study, but others have mentioned it, so I'll say thank you.
Good evening. My name's Rich Hain. I live at 916 Elm Street in Sugar Grove. Just a quick comment here on the crime associated with truck stops. I've been in the C-store refueling station business for 41 years, and I've seen it all. I've got a couple good contacts, friends of mine that are in security for big truck stops. And some of the videos I've seen that happen at these truck stops is unbelievable. Guys getting out of the cars at AK-47s and robbing truck driver delivery guys. Truck driver goes in the store, all of a sudden guys just surround the truck and break into it. It happens everywhere. They prey on truck stops. There's a reason there's human trafficking signs at all truck stops. So please do some research on the crime associated with truck stops before you vote, and vote no. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bonnie Proctor. I live at 1063 Independence, Elburn, Blackberry Township. I'm a lifelong resident of this area. I watched Interstate 88 be built. It was originally called I-5. I watched Huntoon's Horse Stable become Wabansie Community College. The building still stands. And I watched our area grow and welcome hundreds of families to call Sugar Grove home. Through my 6 decades, many fine people have served the community to make decisions that have shaped the area to what it is today, an incredible bedroom community with great businesses and great infrastructures to serve it as such. Personally, I served on the Hamelin Board of Education for 2 terms, the Wabansie Foundation, and we had to face tough decisions. One of the hardest was telling my oldest son that we were going to cancel all extracurriculars. He would not play any sports in his senior year due to funding. But it was for the good of K through 12 students, and that was our board's decision. I recall a long tenured board member saying, we only get one decision, we only get one chance to make the right decision. The kids only get one chance to go through our school system. If we don't do it right, what they become will be on us. This board only has one chance to get this zoning right. The decision you're making on this zoning changes the face of Sugar Grove and surrounding areas forever. It will change forever the communities that we have. The scariest thing to me is to understand how can this be the right decision with a known risk to health of the people living here. as guardians of the community, how can you zone this property as a PDD so close to the college and middle school students and the residents and the new residents we're inviting? I'm alarmed that the Crown folks can say our study for water, or traffic, or air doesn't indicate blah, blah, blah. They're land developers. They're not going to live here. They're going to make a payday on an investment from 20 years ago. They bought farmland. It's not on you folks to help them reach their payday. We all know family, friends, neighbors that are touched by cancer. Oh my God, to have a beautiful space to live, eat the right food, take care of your body, but to have pollutants in air and water cause your loved ones to have cancer because of a bad decision is overwhelming. Deciding not to have extracurriculars was a big deal back then. I might have had a few sleepless nights, but you folks, this is horrific to have on your back. Please do not approve this zoning. Please, please do not approve this zoning. This is very personal. Laura spoke earlier. My precious grandbabies live 750 feet away from Area 5. My husband, their grandfather, was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer 2 years ago. I would not wish that on my worst enemy, not even the Crown Gang. 12,000 current students and residents live within the affected area. They have a known 20% increase in the risk of cancer, including the 3rd deadliest, colon cancer. Like Laura said, please, please, I beg you, do better than this on zoning. Please don't approve this as presented.
Good evening. I'm Dave Pollock. I'm a Sugar Grove resident. I want to thank the Planning Commission for doing this and giving us an opportunity to voice our concerns. As you know, that this project is going to impact hundreds of people in the township and everyone in Sugar Grove. From 2010 to 2011, I proudly served on the Planning Commission, and it was a great honor to do so. And two of the main topics that we had talked about and passed were the McDonald's and Producers Chemical coming into town. Now, we had to make sure that all of our questions were answered, and we all did our due diligence before we approved these projects. 2011, I was voted as a Sugar Grove trustee, and it was one of the greatest moments of my life. And I always did my best to make sure I had informed decisions. And I only mention that because about 7 years ago, as all of us should remember, we had that issue with the gravel pit wanting to come in off of Harder Road by Canelan School. We all knew this was a bad idea, and this project is much, much worse. The main concerns about this project was the increased truck traffic and possible groundwater contamination, kind of like what we're talking about today. This was shot down by the village board by a vote of 7-0 because it was a terrible idea. Now, about 6 years ago, when Crown initially came to us, we had concerns about their project. I thought it was a bad idea, as well as many of the trustees. I'd just like to know what has changed in those 6 years. It doesn't look like much has. And last night, we heard evidence of water tables and land use. These were questioned and disputed by Crown without showing any proof. There's also claims and accusations that the air quality would actually be better in 20 years, but we have no idea what's going to happen in 20 years. And then there was concerns and questions raised about the project itself, whether the boundary does it qualify to be annexed. I know there's a lot of questions to be answered, and I've been in your shoes. I know what you're going through. But in a court of law, judgment must be beyond a reasonable doubt. This does not qualify. There is way too many questions right now. There is reasonable doubt. Now, I know that this is going to go to board regardless of the outcome tonight. The only thing that we're asking is that you vote no to this project until we have more questions answered. So thank you for this time, and thank you for your service. Appreciate it.
Okay, 51 through 54, we have Dania Dyer, Brian Dahl, Helaya Gravity, and Cohen Armour. If you could please all line up.
My name is Dana Dyer, and I live at 0S800 Illinois Route 47 in Blackberry Township. I strongly agree with what Dr. Powell and the attorney from yesterday's meeting said, and I have nothing to add on that front. I'm here today representing the oldest home in our township where I've proudly lived for the past 5 years. My husband and my commitment to this area is so strong that he drives an 80-mile commute each day simply because we value the peaceful, rural lifestyle that our community offers. Living in an old home comes with its challenges, but I deeply appreciate the character my home and the surrounding land has. I firmly believe that modernizing and transforming our area for short-term gain isn't worth sacrificing the unique, peaceful environment that defines our rural lifestyle. I live just over half a mile from Lafarge Sand and Gravel Pit, and I already experienced the negative impacts of truck traffic, dirty roads, and noise. These issues are minor compared to what's proposed here further south in our township. Expanding this kind of development will only make the problems we're facing worse. Increased truck traffic, more dust, pollution, and an overall decline in the quality of life in our community. The land we live by is invaluable, and I'm strongly opposed to its development into warehouses and fueling stations. This proposed development will lead to more traffic congestion, higher pollution levels, and increased taxes that we will have to bear. My biggest concern is for my children's safety and the environment they grow up in. This past winter, I was nearly hit by a semi-truck while turning off of Route 47 onto our hill. Rather than be hit by the truck that was not slowing down behind me, I was forced into an icy snowbank that damaged our car with all 4 kids under 8 in the back. We were all okay. This frightening experience shows the dangers that excessive truck traffic along our roads will come with further development. It's also important to address the motives behind the proposed development. It seems to me that Crown is looking to develop this land that it has owned for years, and seems more interested in recouping a return on a poor investment rather than enhancing our community. Their lack of commitment to creating a truly livable area is evident. If they genuinely cared about Sugar Grove and Blackberry Township, they would not move forward with these meetings. I'm skeptical about their promises and worried that the comprehensive plan they've outlined will not be followed once the land is annexed and rezoned. Thank you for considering my concerns. I urge you to reflect on the long-term impacts of this development and to prioritize preserving the rural character and safety of our community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian Dahl. I live at 713 Queensgate Circle in the Windstone subdivision. I come here tonight to address this board as the president of the Fox Valley Building and Construction Trades Council, as well as a resident of Sugar Grove. Serving as president of the Fox Valley Building Trades, I represent the affiliated union construction local unions that have jurisdiction in Kane and Kendall County. On behalf of those affiliates, and some of them are here tonight, I stand here tonight in support of this project and Crown Development's application for rezoning of the property. As I stated, I am a resident of Sugar Grove, and I also stand here tonight in support of this development. Over the past years, I've followed local social media platforms where residents of Sugar Grove post wanting more restaurants, including fine dining, additional retail, etc. Without development like this, which maintains a balance of housing and commercial development, we will continue to not see those come to fruition. The property adjacent to the interchange is ideal for this type of development. Sugar Grove is in direct competition with its surrounding neighboring communities to bring development in and to create a bigger tax base for the village. I support Crown Development's application of rezoning of the property. Thank you for his time.
Hi, my name is Helga Gravitt. I'm in Blackberry Township. And I just sat through this meeting yesterday. And the thing that really stood out to me was a lot of pie in the sky promises and really nothing behind it. There's sort of a lot of gaslighting. We are going to, here, let me show you some pictures of what it could look like. You know, we could put this thing here, and we could put that beautiful thing there, and we could do that, but there was very little, we guarantee we will. Or it will look like this, we promise, we've made a commitment, it's written somewhere. You know, what struck me from the beginning, the word blight, right? We've redefined it. Now this wonderful rich farmland is blighted. Government-funded scientific studies, we can't use them. We can't use them, they're no good unless they support us. And when they don't support our position, then suddenly those are not reliable. Our secret super-duper scientists that are on our payroll, they have found something else, and that's the thing that we can't show you, but believe us, believe us. So this is what makes me suspicious. I have something to read here, excuse me. The village of Sugar Grove partnered into and played a large part in the design of September 2003 Blackberry Creek Watershed, I'm sorry, my vision is poor, Alternative Futures Analysis. This document is a suggestion of the best practices for development around the watershed. When you review the evidence submitted, please note the chart that shows the simply following the Kane County stormwater ordinances and permit guidelines that rooftop coverage of the land will create 60% greater flooding. Crown has utilized this watershed, declaring it as a blight. Yet they're opting to ignore the standards set in this document for best practices on a development that they have no experience completing. The very flooding they are claiming exists but does not, statistically will be created with this mass development. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. How will Sugar Grove manage this? They are also opting to remove their affiliation with Kane DuPage Soil and Water and opting to ignore the reports they commissioned, which revealed that 40 to 60% of the land is highly sensitive and not appropriate for development. Rather, Crown explained last night an intent to follow the most minimal standards set by the village of Sugar Grove. This development is beyond Crown's expertise. They're refusing the guidance of professionals, and they're relying on boring reports that are 20 years old. It should be noted that the president of the village of Sugar Grove demanded that Gerald Piper be removed from the Kane DuPage Soil and Water Board simply for sending these reports to the trustees of Sugar Grove. Why is the village and Crown withholding this important current information from decision makers? May I just finish this short paragraph? The situation is a recipe for infrastructure disaster. The Kane DuPage Soil and Water reports state the roads are at high risk for failure, yet we see variances that Crown wants to remove required sealers, compromised stability, and lower quality. There's more information about the soil not being suitable for basements, not being suitable for many of the things that have been proposed here. So I encourage you to vote no, at least at this point, vote no. They're just simply not prepared. Thank you.
My name is Cohen Armour, and I'm 9, turning 10 in the fall. I live in Blackberry Township. If I go to school in the same district as many of your kids go, and I go. At my house, my friends and I enjoy exploring and playing outside with frogs, toads, roly-polies, butterflies, and many insects. My neighborhood is very safe. People walk their pets, and we can ride our bikes in the street because there are not a lot of cars. My mom and dad bought our house so we can grow gardens, play in the grass, and breathe clean air. Having warehouses and semis built here will ruin their dream. Warehouses produce bad air, which can give you you and your kids cancer or asthma. Even if none of that happens, you will still be destroying my neighborhood and nature. And the eagles, hawks, and bats will be gone forever. That makes me very sad. What worries me the most, though, is that bad things can end up in our water. I could be drinking dangerous chemicals and not even know it. Please say no to this project so the animals and I can feel safe.
It appears that's the end of the people that signed up that were non-impacted parties to make comments.
I gave a public comment for somebody else. Can I give my own?
No, I think you already gave your comment as an impacted party.
No, I read somebody else's.
That was your comment.
Didn't you already speak? Yesterday and today. All right, the consensus is that you can have 3 minutes.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Obviously, I spend a whole lot of time that I would love to spend in other ways, committed to this development and learning all about every component that I wish I would never have known. And recently, I've gone through and reviewed documents, every document I could possibly get my hands on, going all the way back to 2013 and moving forward all the way into the current times. And one of the things that really struck me was the comprehensive land use maps. And I understand that the zoning is supposed to match the comprehensive land use maps. And something that really stood out to me that I'd like to bring to your attention is that when the Village of Sugar Grove reviewed their comprehensive land use map to include Business Park, please review the intent of the documents in the minutes that established that original designation. That was back in 2014 when that was being put together to be effective in 2015. There was thoughtful consideration of estate housing and appropriate commercial uses with businesses being isolated, very isolated, to a set area that would not be disrupted. There was consideration for the rural character of the roads, for the maintenance of Green Road to continue to look as just the beautiful drive that it is. Following that business park land use, we see in FOIA documents that just months later, all of a sudden Crown went from planning a master plan community with houses, and there's people in this room who were on contract to build those houses, who had seen the architectural design of them. But immediately it went from Jennifer Cowan contacted the village and sought to Walter Magiers with the idea of 8 million square feet of warehousing. The second that business park went through, they immediately went into flipping their usage to a warehousing concept. Since then, we see that Crown has heavily influenced in, the comprehensive land use map changes with their concept changes over the years since. FOIA documents show that Walter Magiers and Janet Doherty had CMAP literally blocked the massive opposition of the public to Crown having industrial ability on their land. I would be happy to share those letters with you. They basically told CMAP, ignore the public, ignore the opposition, ignore those rogue crazy people that care about their homes. They have not evoked trust, so Crown has not evoked trust. Their refusal to work with the public and uphold high standards rather than the most permitted lax standards proves that they are not in the right developer, and this is not the right time. There is a better use of the land, and we need to put the brakes on this plan. We request that you require Crown to very specific zoning for specific parcels allowing the village to ensure the success of their plans and that they follow through on the desirable pieces of their development on the south side of the tollway first, before they are given such a huge responsibility that they are not prepared for on the north side of the tollway with a trendy and overly risky plan. Just the infrastructure and the risk to the people in the area and to that land itself merits that we put the brakes on this. Let them follow through on that town center. Let them follow through on the residential. Let them prove themselves to the village that they're a good neighbor. Thank you.
All right, as I indicated before, we've gone through the list of non-impacted parties that signed up to make comments. We want to make sure that everybody's had their opportunity. Is there anyone else that wants to make a 3-minute presentation? Yes, ma'am?
Very last minute, didn't have like a nice page printed out like everybody else. My name is Ashley McBee. I live at 117 Westbourne Avenue in Sugar Grove. I am 36 years old. I have a 2-year-old daughter. I work full-time for an insurance brokerage company. I do commercial insurance brokerage for large corporations. And in doing so, I have experience with the claims that come from insuring large warehouses. Actually, real estate development was one of the verticals that I actually worked for at my previous employer. I've been an insurance broker for over 10 years. That is not a lot time, but I'm 36 years old, so I do have experience with brokering these. I have worked for and currently work for one of the largest insurance brokerages in the world. My employer is based in Chicago. I work remote from my home. I would like to just speak to you, sir. I moved to Sugar Grove 9 years ago, but my husband and I, we got pregnant, wanted to buy a house. We lived in a townhouse, so we actually could have moved to North Aurora with all the warehouses, but my parents actually live there. But I decided not to because of the warehouses. I think you can ask anybody why they picked to move to Sugar Grove, and it wouldn't be because of the Culvers or the Jewel or, you know, the Aldi. I came to live to Sugar Grove because of the views, because of the small community. Being in insurance, I'm not sure if you're aware that insuring large warehouses that are over 1 million square feet is not a good risk for insurance companies. It is not. They don't want to insure them. It is very high risk. Why don't they want to insure them? Because of the losses. I think 2 years ago, there was a very large loss in Bartlett. One of the warehouses burned for 2 days. And it was a paper company that was in that warehouse, not chemicals, not anything that looked scary. It was a paper company. It stored paper. So I'm just asking you to, look at it from an insurance perspective. They have lots of risk analysis that tell these insurance companies like Zurich, Chubb, Liberty, Travelers, that warehousing is not a good risk. It just isn't. And auto losses, the rate of auto losses right now, it's 15 to 20% rate increases because of truck driving, because of the accidents that happen. So I ask you to vote no, based on my personal experience in the insurance industry, and just do a little bit of research from that end. Thank you.
Any additional comments from non-impacted parties? If not, then we're going to close the section 6, which is the non-impacted party comments, and it is 7:17 at this time. I think we'll take a 15-minute recess and be back here 7:30-ish. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's a whole lot different.
To the seventh aspect of our hearing, and that is the petitioner's response. So I'll turn it over to people from Crown to hear their response if they're in line to.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Working? Yes. Yes? Good. Okay. As we conclude, we want to reiterate our commitment to the Village of Sugar Grove's vision for growth and how the development of this property fulfills your vision. Crown Community Development is part of the 100-year-old Crown Company history of holding ourselves to the highest standards of integrity. We are deeply committed to the Grove and want to assure you that our history of completing what we start is a pillar in which we stand. Our company's history of integrity, attention to detail, and meeting all of our obligations are all indicators you can rely on upon the future of the Grove. We have 35 years of experience in community development, and our track record of expertise across the nation is all about planning and solving for unique and varied site conditions. We heard the questions about the site, and in particular, we can assure you that we designed the site based on detailed soil borings and topographic information. Our buyers will require, among many things, that the site's final condition provides the bearing strength needed to support their use. The findings in the Kane DuPage report are commonplace. We have worked with the same findings in other Kane County communities, including Highland Woods, Prairie Ridge, and Oakstead. These are successful communities that we have developed without issue. The structural integrity and character of the land is first and paramount as a part of the community's historical success at Crown Community Development. We believe that this fresh new plan for the Grove that is before you today reflects an approach that is well aligned with the village's vision for growth and its desire to best serve its residents. The PDD zoning request provides for a thoughtfully considered master plan community that offers numerous benefits and flexibility to the village of Sugar Grove and its residents. This new town center will breathe more vibrancy into the area through retail, restaurants, and businesses that bring people together and stimulate robust economic activity. In keeping with the village's vision, a variety of lifestyle amenities, including pickleball courts, parks, splash pads, and walking trails, will serve the entire community of Sugar Grove. The Grove also provides new housing options that do not exist within the village today. This creates opportunities for everyone to stay in the village they love, whether it's young adults, growing families, 55-plus active adults, or new residents who will be attracted to this unique lifestyle community, job center, and economic hub that will be the Grove. The Grove is the response to and fulfillment of decades of the village's planning and visionary work. The Planned Development District zoning request is essential to fulfilling this vision. It optimizes the ability to respond to market demands and cycles while also maintaining strict architectural standards and limitations on uses. This flexibility means we can attract a diverse range of users from industrial and data centers to office and healthcare, ensuring the property serves the community's needs. It is the foundation for job creation and economic activity in the region. It is the highest and best use of the land. We believe we've put before you a balanced land plan designed to diversify and strengthen the village's tax base, which will help fortify the community for future generations. I want to thank the Commission for your time and thoughtful consideration of this proposal. We believe in the value of this process and know we will have a better development because of it. I also want to extend my gratitude to the Village Bible Church for graciously hosting this hearing, and to all of the support personnel that you offered, our police officers, court reporter, and countless others who have made this hearing possible. Thank you very much.
What was that name and address, please? Just a towel. Just need a towel.
Did you need her name?
We all have to list our name and address.
Jennifer, you want to give us your name again?
I'm Terry.
Terry, I'm sorry.
That's okay. My name is Terry, and it's Frankevich. Frankiewiczz.
Terry, where do you live?
I live. He says I don't have to.
I don't think personal information.
Am I supposed to give personal information?
We stipulate that Terry's not.
I'm sorry.
Terry's not a resident.
I'm not a resident of Sugar Grove.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
All right.
We trust you.
I take it then, as far as the petition is concerned, you made your response?
Yes, sir.
All right, let the record show that the petitioners completed their response at 7:47. And we'll move on to now where our commission will start discussing and asking questions regarding this proposal. So gentlemen and lady, it's all yours.
Chairman, I have some questions for Crown. You're 100 years company, is that correct?
That's correct.
Could you give me a very brief how Crown began? What were they doing in the beginning?
The Crown family started with Henry Crown around 1919 in the sand and gravel business in Chicago. I believe he was one of the great venture capitalists of the 20th century. He evolved from the sand and gravel business into what we have today is a very diversified, still family-owned company that has several investments, including manufacturing concerns, about 9 different manufacturing companies, and a lot of investments in real estate. Our real estate investments are generally the ones that you would know of. We're relatively quiet about those. I'll give you a few that we're majority owner in, just to give you an idea. We own outright Aspen Skiing Company. We own a series of hotels, everything from the Little Nell Hotel to the Limelight Hotels that are out west. We have majority interest in Rockefeller Center in New York City. I will tell you, for being 31 years with an organization, it's very unusual for somebody in the real estate development business to be here that long. One of the reasons I'm here is because of the most judicious, honest, straightforward family that's highly philanthropic in everything that they do and everything that they say. And I will say it's unusual in our business. to be able to be part of that. So I'm very proud to have made most of my career with him. So I'm happy to answer any other additional questions.
Thank you. Can you give us, just say in the last 5 years, some of the awards you've received?
Well, well, no, talk about Meyer Ranch, what you did at Meyer. Oh, Erica, sorry.
I'm Erica Ramon, since I know I'll be asked. So in the last 5 years, not only have we taken home state, but also national awards for our active adult community called Amblebrook. We've won Amenities of the Year for that, as well as we've also won Product of the Year for our residential housing. For Meyer Ranch in New Braunfels, Texas, we have been awarded the Best in the State, which we compete with several other large developers in the area for Best Poolscape, Best Amenity, and then we have also been awarded the Grand Award for Developer of the Year in both 2020 and recently a few weeks ago in 2024.
Thank you for that. So some of my questions is going to be, one of our concerns, of course, is the zoning, but zoning is dependent strongly on the ability of the developer to accomplish their goals. We have seen developers come through with an idea, but just not the ability. So if some of my questions might sound offensive, it's not my intent. I did my own study of Crown and have a higher than this room's opinion of it. So have you walked away or not completed any developments in the last 20 years?
We have not.
Okay. Have you done a bulk sale of an unfinished development which included transferring your liability to another entity?
We have not.
Okay. Have you done a bulk sale where you just sold off the development? Someone took it over?
No.
Okay.
We sell paper lots at times versus putting in, I'm sorry.
We have sold paper lots, is what she's saying, but we still retain the responsibilities that are associated with the infrastructure that brings the water and sewer to the parcels.
Forgive my ignorance, what's a paper lot?
A paper lot would be for example, it's a fully engineered, fully designed lot that we might sell 80 to 100 to a public builder who would then complete the internal infrastructure, and that's fairly common. So they're just completing the services that would serve their specific lots, but not the backbone infrastructure leading up to that parcel.
So this would be like a builder would buy these lots and do their construction?
They would self-develop the lots.
Okay.
And they do that to control their pipeline.
All right. How about commercial? Same?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same answer.
And at no time did you already answered this, but sought relief of liability by doing so? Because paper lots, I mean.
So, I'm sorry, relief of liability, no. We still fulfill our obligations under our various agreements.
I'm going to jump
And we also
something.
continue to control the architecturals. I think that's an important point to make as well. So even if we sell off paper lots to a builder, they still have to adhere to our architectural review requirements and go through our process.
My question's following up with Larry's. What projects have you done in and around the King County area?
We developed Prairie Ridge, Oakstead, Highland Woods.
Those are located in what towns?
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. Prairie Ridge and Oakstead, and Thames Farm as well. Prairie Ridge, Oakstead, and Thames Farm are all in Hampshire, Illinois, and Highland Woods is in Elgin, Illinois.
And then you have one in South Elgin too, correct?
Correct, that's Thornwood and South Elgin. That was completed just before my time at Crown.
All right, thank you for that.
Yep.
We, as you are aware, have been getting a lot of information just in the last few days that we've been trying to digest and come here for 7 hours, but one of those was about a development that we're told, and I did not have the time to dig in as much as I would like to have, but can you enlighten me? It was mentioned again tonight about a 10 Trails development. I believe that's the correct name.
Yes, sir. 10 Trails is correct. It's located in Black Diamond, Washington, which is in southeast King County in the Seattle MSA. We have partners. Oak Point is our partner, and we've been in partnership with them since 2015. And we are grateful. If you could go online and take the pictures, I think that we posted a few on the website. It's really stellar as far as the execution of the community. We have about 1,400 rooftops there at this particular point. We've got a significant amount of trails and park that has been done. The type of social activities that we have, which is somewhat equivalent to what you would have for the land of the town center, is there. And fortunately, we finally just closed on the first 1.5 acres. It's going to be the integral part of the town center. And then we have in about a couple of months, finally, what everybody has been wanting, which is a grocery store. And the grocery store is scheduled to close in about 4 months.
Okay, without going into detail,
Yes.
Have you had any problems with the municipality?
We have problems with every municipality we go to. We try to have really great relationships. It's not like we're liked everywhere we go because change is very hard for a lot of people. But the municipal relationships that we have now with Black Diamond are, I would say, very good.
Thank you. What is the largest acreage development you've done in the last, say, 20 years?
Oh, boy.
Outside, I mean, we're
Sure.
760 acres, so.
Sure, yeah. I would say the couple of largest that we've done are in Florida. We've done a 2,000 unit community down there. We've also done, which at one time was even larger than that, about another 2,400 units. So, and that was across a lot of different, everything from 2001, when we broke ground on Seven Oaks, wasn't the best year in the world, to be able to have any kind of development activity going on with the political events of that year. And then we broke ground in 2006 on Watergrass. And so I think Watergrass gives you actually, even though it's very difficult, and yes, it's much more of a capital recovery program for us. I think one of the issues there is that did have a public finance vehicle on it. They're in Florida, they're called community development districts. And during the period of time, during the great housing recession, we honored every single one of our debt commitments through that public finance vehicle, to the extent when we closed lots for some years, we had to bring money to the table in order to be able to have the bond paid off. There wasn't enough money coming from the land in order to be able to do that. But I think the reason I mention it is not for anybody to feel sorry for us for not making money. What I'm saying is that whether we make money or what we not, the commitment and the integrity of our commitment is essential to who we are.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
Now, when you have said that this is the biggest development you've done, what specifically are you referring to? The dollar amount or the acreage, or?
You need to speak to this.
No, this will be the biggest.
Oh, you mean Florida?
No, here.
Here.
I'm sorry, ask that question again. The biggest development we've done here?
Well, in Kane County, or?
In Kane County.
When that statement was made, maybe I didn't get the whole statement, but this will be your biggest development. Was that the size of the acreage?
Oh, no, this would not be our largest
Okay.
development that we've completed in Illinois or in Kane County.
All right.
Prairie
so-
Ridge was larger than this development.
Okay, then I probably misunderstood. Okay. You are not currently involved in any lawsuit, nor have you been?
That is correct. We are not involved in any lawsuit.
And that includes we just been sent a document which says that there was a Crown Ranch, but that is not you?
That is not us. That company is not affiliated with us. It is not affiliated with the Crown family or any Crown holding. We are not developing in that part of Texas, nor have we ever developed in that part of Texas. That is not us.
All right. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Has Crown ever mistakenly built on unstable ground?
No, we have never had an issue with soil bearing strength.
Okay.
We always have a geotech on site testing soils and issuing 79G letters, which provide the support for the bearing strength that the buyers want to have before they will close on the lot.
Okay. And you have, I'm sure, reviewed the KSDCS Soil and Water report, which we have too. Correct?
We have reviewed it.
And would you tell me what you see as the weaknesses in that report?
I see the weaknesses as that they are using publicly available information, not detailed information on the site that we have, in making their determination. And the determination that they made is a determination that we see them make. It's very commonplace over and over at every community in Kane County in which we have to secure that report for.
All right, thank you very much. Now, one of the things that, as we look at zoning, that we must do, and it's like preaching the choir telling you what we must do, because you probably know it better than we do, but is when we approve the zoning is know, not hope, but know that there's certain factors that are in play. For one would be that it's unstable ground. Where we approve residential or any other, it has to be built on stable ground. I was involved years ago in the late 80s with a project in St. Louis that didn't happen, and a lot of people had to pay the price. So my question to you is, the reports that we've read and Dr. Powell shared with us, and that's in this 1,500-page thing that incidentally, if you're wondering, this is what we've all read right here. This is the pile. But my question to you is this, and I apologize for digressing. As we do our due diligence, as we make sure it works for our standards, which I'm sure it works for your standards, would you make available to our engineers those studies that they could review and know that your opinion is based on a solid ground?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And in addition to that, we can have our soils, our geotech issue a letter validating that the property is developable and can support the land uses contemplated.
All right, so I'm going to refer this over. You won't be next? Anybody? Okay, this over to John to continue, and then I'll want to talk to him after. Thank you very much.
Jennifer, what is some of the methods you're going to do to stabilize those zones?
You're talking about soil stabilization?
Yeah.
So generally the soils they're clay soils, and they have the strength to be able to support the structure. So as we complete the grading and the various lifts and complete the soil testing, we will ensure that the parcels have the soil bearing strength that's required to be able to support the homes and the commercial buildings.
So it'd be possible then that you would go and use borrow pits for clay to stabilize those building pads?
I don't believe, based on the topography, that we're going to need to utilize borrow pits for good material. We have the material currently is good material to be able to use for development.
So,
the areas where the soils are unsuitable are the low, poorly drained areas, and those areas will be where we'll locate detention, which is typically what we do in our communities.
So maybe a little lime stabilization here or there?
If we need to use lime stabilization for the roads, based on the testing, we absolutely will do that, and we've always done that in our communities. We always test the roads to make sure that when we proof roll that it has the strength, and that if we need to lime If we need to line the roadways in order to enhance the strength of the road to meet the requirements, we'll do that.
The one thing I did not see and would have been helpful for me is, have you done field tile investigation across the property?
We did years back. We did do field tile investigations.
And from what you've found, if you know, are all the field tile presently working?
Yes, as far as I can tell, the field tiles are working. Typically, if we have a problem with a field tile, the tenant farmer repairs them because it improves their ability to be able to farm the land.
And then when you're changing the contours of the different zones, what kind of effect is that going to have on your surrounding neighbors upstream, downstream?
Well, we'll need to maintain the current off-site drainage. So to the extent that there are areas that flow into our site, we're going to have to design our site in such a way that we can bypass those flows through our property. In the downstream areas where our stormwater detention facilities outfall, those will be designed, we'll have designed to release at the rates that are specified in the King County Stormwater Ordinance.
When you get done with the project in a whole, will the water that's being retained on site diminish the chance of floods?
Yes.
The other question I had, are all your tributaries, or your detention ponds, are they all going to be interconnected? Where one's going to flow through?
Yeah, some will be connected depending on where they're located, and some will outfall directly off the property.
And then
where the property's currently draining. It depends on how the topography and where it makes sense to locate the stormwater facility.
And then that wetlands that you have there by 88 and 47.
Yes.
Are you going to keep the flow of water in there to keep that area as it presently is?
That wetland that's located in the northwest corner of CV Road and Route 47 is the wetland we referred to last night. That's 0.2 of an acre that we will be fully impacting and we'll have to mitigate for via credits in a mitigation bank.
Okay. The other question I have is water consumption.
Yes.
Do you have an idea of what your whole, across the whole project, once you get it done, what the amount of water you're going to be using daily?
I can't predict that fully because I don't know what the ultimate land uses are going to be. But what I can say is that we are restricted to 9 PE per acre across the property. And that restriction is largely due to the Fox Metro sanitary sewer trunk line that's downstream that restricts the ability to pass the sewer flows south to the treatment plant. We've also verified with the Village of Sugar Grove that they have the ability to serve us at that same level. But we don't anticipate maximizing out at 9 PE per acre.
Do you know, when you get done, what percentage of your use of water will be with the water that's already being used by the village? Is it like 5–10% of what the daily normal use would be?
I don't have the answer to that, but I can find that out from the village engineer.
I'm going to move on to the subdivision revisions. The variances that you're asking for. The first one is going to be Chapter 112-1-3C. I guess my question is, I'm going to try to wrap them all up into one. Normally, one does not look for variances when you're building something new, other than the fact that you have something on a site that's very minimal. I was just hoping you could kind of clarify for me why all of the variances before anything has been planned.
It's based on our experience and what we intend to do with the project that these variances are necessary to be able to support the development and to optimize the infrastructure and the spend.
The other one I have that I'd like to talk a little bit about is Chapter 312-3-1C, construction fees. My question, my question is, what is the definition of reasonable?
Well, we'll have to determine that if we're getting to a point where fees are excessive. In our experience in other communities, when the fees are unchecked, we've experienced inspectors on site when there's nothing to inspect that we have to cover the costs for. So what we're saying is, with being reasonable, is that have an inspector on site to inspect the installment of sanitary sewer pipe, if that's what's occurring. But if we're not completing any work, I'm giving this as an example, John, if we're not completing work that requires inspection, there should not be an inspector on site. So that's just an example of an unreasonable cost. It burdens the project.
Okay, so in case something, you got 4 or 5 different operations going in 2 or 3 different zones, let's say, you're not questioning that. You're just questioning the people that are out there with no reason to be there,
We
correct?
want to make sure that any services that are being provided on the village's behalf as it relates to the inspection of our project are services that are necessary, and that we're not paying for the cost of an inspector that does not have a purpose to be on site on a given day. Yes.
And then Chapter 4A3-B, maintenance of improvement. I'm just trying to understand what you're looking for there. Are you looking for the village to maintain those roads while you still have the ownership of the roadway?
Right, so we don't have the equipment to complete the snow plowing of the streets. And so what we're asking, we do this in other municipalities in which we develop in, that they snow plow the streets, but any damage that's done as a result of the snow plows we're responsible for until final acceptance.
The experience I've had in that, it gives the false ownership that the village has the maintenance and is taking ownership of sorts. Wouldn't that be better by you having a contractor taking care of that?
Yes, we can have a third-party contractor do that if you would like for us to remove that variance.
I just think it makes it easier on everybody. And then Chapter 4, 12-4-6B1, project manager, village engineer.
I'm sorry, John, can you give me that chapter again, please?
Chapter 4,
Okay.
12, 4,
Yep.
6B1.
Got it.
Project manager, village engineer. What is the concern with the full-time consulting being on site overseeing the project? Did I misunderstand something in that?
No, it was the concern that I expressed earlier, that it's only if there's a need for construction observation that there should be someone on site observing the work.
I find the difference between the two as the one is one overseeing the project and this one here as a project manager who may need to consult to have somebody on site to oversee certain things, because the village engineer is going to have his full-time duties, as well as the project manager. And there may be so many things going on where you're going to need additional folks.
Yes.
And you're not going to be able to be contacted all the time. It's been my experience that it's a very controversial subject, I know. Because my next question, what's your definition of as-needed basis?
Well, if the work that we're completing does not require the inputs or the oversight of a project engineer, that adds costs to the project that are unnecessary to have that project engineer physically present on site throughout the duration of the project.
Because as much concern as there is about the water and the soils and such,
Yeah.
I can see the village going out and asking for assistance. They may want to get a second opinion on what's out there.
And we would be fine with that.
You would have no problem with
No.
that.
Just as long as, what we don't want to do is to pay for a project engineer to be on site full-time when the activities that are occurring on site does not require the oversight or the input of the project engineer. I know sometimes we encounter field conditions that are unexpected. When we do that, we stop, we figure out how to solve the problem, we contact the village, the engineer comes on site, and we work the problem out. But we don't, on any of our other projects, have a full-time municipal engineer on site throughout the entire duration of construction. At the end of the day, we have to demonstrate that we've met all of the requirements under the permit. And I do think that there are times where we do need to have an engineer and inspector on site as we go through the process. What we're saying is just when it's needed.
Okay, and then Chapter 51253Q, minimum standards.
(12.5).
Yes.
In which section was that? Minimum standards?
Yeah.
Yes.
What is it that you don't like about the present standards?
We worked with the village engineer as well as the village's outside engineering consultant to come up with the appropriate roadway cross-sections for all of the streets within the Grove. All of those cross-sections meet or exceed the structural number requirements in the village ordinance for that classification of roadway. And so as a result of the inputs from the village engineer, we're not matching exactly what's here because we're doing what we have discussed with the village engineer in regard to what we all believe is the appropriate cross-section for the road.
Okay, so it's more of following the guidance of the village and not trying to cut the normal standards.
That is correct. We meet or exceed for the roadway classification all the structural numbers that are in the village ordinance. And we worked closely with the village engineer and their outside engineering consultant on that.
What's your reason for the curb openings, Chapter 512.5-3, R1 and R2?
We found that 500 feet does work. We do that in many of our communities. And so 1,200 feet would put the first access relatively far from the entrance. And in fact, it would make it difficult for us to be able to provide access points to the town center area if we were to go with 1,200 feet.
Okay. And then Chapter 512.5.6a, utility easements. Why the variance from 15 to 10?
10 feet works well. We've done that in multiple municipalities. And we can provide, during construction easements if needed, but we found that the 10-foot permanent easements work.
How does one in the future, when you're no longer working and somebody comes in to do a repair, how do they do their work without getting a temporary construction easement coming on the property?
If it's an area where it would be difficult to be able to complete the work, this is a minimum. And so
Okay.
the village engineer could request a wider easement in that instance.
Okay, because I took it that everything was going to be 10 foot.
No, it says at least 10 feet.
Okay.
Yep.
I was a little unclear on Chapter 612.6.6, sump pump discharge lines. the way I read that, does that mean that the folks can't automatically just discharge out into their yard?
Yes, they have to discharge into some sort of naturalized stormwater management facility for those sump pump stormwater flows.
But what does one do where you're not around one of those? Because you're not allowed to put it into the sewer, and
Yeah,
you have to discharge I think you're talking about your perimeter tile around the house, correct?
Yeah, yes, it's the sump lines, it's the sump pumps for the homes. It would be homes that back up to a detention facility. Those are the only places where you could daylight the pipes. And then if you do daylight them at the detention facility, you would need to put riprap around to prevent any erosion. You cannot daylight sump pump lines anywhere that does not back up to a stormwater management facility. The others would connect to the internal storm sewer system that runs through the back and side yards.
Okay. Because mine right now runs out the back of my house, because I'm not around anything like that.
Oh, no, we're not permitting that unless there's a stormwater facility to drain to.
Okay, I think we covered 1112, 11.1-2, the review and inspection fees. Chapter 12, 11-1-3, required permits, meetings, and inspections. Paragraph 2. Can you kind of give me a little background what you're talking about that?
I'm sorry, hold on just a second, John, we're trying to find it here. Can you
Okay.
repeat which one?
Be 12-11-1-3.
121113. Ah, here it is.
Sorry, we were out of order.
Okay. Let me just read the variance real quick.
Okay.
Okay. So what is
Okay.
the question, John?
My question is, before you go out, just take the risk on your own, you're going to have permits from the Corps and King DuPage, correct?
If they're required, we'll need to have our soil and water conservation permit as it relates to MPDES. But in terms of the Corps, we would only seek a permit from the Corps if it's required for that phase of the development. We don't anticipate needing a permit from the Corps, and we would fall under the regional permit, correct? Because of because the size of the impact is underneath the threshold. And so we would obtain that permit when we develop that area specifically. In terms of mass grading, we would obtain a mass grading permit from the village before we started construction. And we would have to do that at our own risk because we do not have final engineering approval at that point. So if there are things that come out of that review that change the grading, we're going to have to go back and correct the grading in accordance with the approved final engineering plans.
And then at that time, you will do your rerouting or whatever of field tile?
Yes, if we encounter any field tiles, we will reroute them as appropriate, tie them into the storm sewer system as needed.
And in your change of going from Zone 1 to Zone 2 and such, how is that going to work with your field tile? You're going to have an open area to drain that to a storm system or something?
If it's necessary to connect it to an existing storm system, we will do that, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Yeah, I think he's, yeah.
I have a few questions, kind of random ones all over the place. Soil tests. You mentioned you had taken a few soil tests like 20 years ago. How many did you do at that time?
Over 100 soil borings.
I can't hear you, I'm
I have to-
sorry.
I believe it was over 100 soil borings. I'd have to pull up the
Okay.
report.
Were they for a water table issue study or
Soil
for
composition.
soil bearing too?
Yep. Soil composition, to get a geotech's opinion on soil bearing strengths, the developability of the property, and where the water tables were.
Okay. So with the way that the next steps will go, if you're granted the PDD and if you're granted, if the goes through the annexation, your next step would be to prepare a plat of subdivision for the first phase of the project?
Yes, if everything were to be approved, what we would do then is commence with mass earthwork plans first, and then final engineering, and then with that, the final plat.
Okay.
And submit those for review.
Okay, so do you fully intend to, as you get one area approved, do you tend to physically develop it yourself, meaning do the earthwork, do all the infrastructure, and have it shovel-ready for a buyer?
Yes. Our
So
end product is a finished lot that we would then sell, for example, in Area 1, that's a residential area, so we would sell that lot to a builder, who would
Okay.
then build the home.
So you'll have the building pads in place and everything
Yes.
to accommodate typical construction for a house, right?
Correct. And the builder would require that, and they would require evidence that that building pad is providing for the bearing strength that's needed to support the home.
Okay, so you won't sell an approved phase just on paper. You won't, once you get the approval for, let's say, phase 1, you won't take that approval that you've got the plat of subdivision and sell that off to another developer to do the infrastructure and then do the houses.
We intend to develop the first phase, and we intend to develop the subsequent phases. Sometimes there are opportunities in the market. We touched on this a little bit earlier, where we'll have a builder that's willing to take on a paper lot position and self-develop their lots. We still retain the responsibility as it relates to backbone infrastructure, and they would then take on the responsibilities of putting in the internal infrastructure, the roads, the sewer extensions, water mains to serve their individual lots.
Okay. With the mass grading, do you intend to do the mass grading per section and not the entire development?
Yes, we'll do the mass grading in phases.
Okay. All right, let's see. Now looking at I guess the uses that are being planned there. One of my questions is regarding with the number of rooftops that you're planning to bring in, with the population that's going to increase there, plus the existing population of Sugar Grove and the neighbors to the north, does the amount of commercial development that you're planning to create, is it supported by that? Or is there enough there to do that? Have you done a study to say, with this many new houses and then with the existing population, that this is the right amount of commercial development to bring in here to be supported by the residents?
While we feel comfortable with the amount of commercial development that we've proposed, it is 475,000 square feet. We can't predict where the market will go. And so we did ask for, in the PDD zoning, the ability to be able to convert it to residential in 3B with a cap on the number of lots. In the event that after 8 years' time, we've determined that the commercial up at that location is not viable, that it's too much commercial. So that's how we mitigate for that, to ensure that we're still delivering on the project.
Does your study take into account any development south of this development along 47 that's going to be more commercial and retail possibly coming in there?
It does not. It is more interchange focused.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. So there's a couple of questions that I have, and I'm at the Area 1, the north side of Area 1. there was a mention of no vinyl siding seen from Hannaford Farms for visual transition. Is that, am I understanding that correctly? There's like a certain aesthetic that needs to be done in that area in order to soften the transition between one subdivision and another?
It's transition in the village. So there would be no vinyl siding permitted on any homes in Area 1 that are directly adjacent to Hannaford Farms, Denny Road, or Merrill Road.
That's something that the village came up with, or what you offered?
That's what we're offering as
That's
part of the
what-
transitional use.
Okay. What type of transitional use are you offering in area 4 and 5 to those homes that are seeing that area?
That area would be data center and industrial. And so we're transitioning from the south to the north. And so that is at the upper end of the transition. So we are not transitioning uses between the neighborhoods to the west or the agricultural lands to the north and east.
And with these areas that you're developing, you have a definite builder for the residential. You have definite plans for the commercial areas, like the stores and, the parks and things like that. That, if I'm understanding correctly or I remember correctly, that's guaranteed that's what it's going to be, right?
Those areas could be any one of those uses that are specified in that zone. So in terms of guaranteeing specifically that it'll be commercial or retail or medical office or restaurant use, I don't know what the specific mix of uses would be, but it would be some combinations of the uses specified in the table for 3A and then separately 3B for the town center area. In terms of the residential, to respond to that question, we do have a pool of builders that we have terrific relationships with that want to continue to build in Crown communities. And we have talked to them about the Sugar Grove project specifically, and they are interested in building in our property, within our project area.
And I think I may have stated that question wrong. What I wrote down was Crown does infrastructure and will sell the land.
Yes, finished.
And they're confident that they have a buyer. You're confident that you have a buyer once you sell off these areas.
Yeah, so I made a couple of different statements. I want to make sure that I'm getting the correct one, so I'm going to make two statements here. So the statement that I made in terms of confidence as it relates to buyer, what we're not going to do is risk putting infrastructure in the ground ahead of knowing whether or not we have a buyer, because we don't want to have aging infrastructure sitting in the ground in the event that we don't. It's just smarter to phase your development. And we're going to know whether or not there's demand for commercial use, for example, and that is what will trigger the development of that phase. I was also asked about data centers and whether or not that was a viable use. We have a lot of interest, and we're putting everybody on hold until we know if we're going to have the zoning and annexation that's needed for the project to be supported. But that I am very confident that we can secure a data center or two.
Okay. And I think one of the comments was the reason that you're starting in Area 1 down there is because there's already utilities down there, and it takes somewhere between 2 to 3 years to get the utilities to the south.
Yes, by the time we get to getting our plans through the permitting process with all of the various agencies and getting infrastructure in the ground, it will be 2+ years before we get across I-88 and up to that northern area.
Okay. And so in Area 4 is the data center or warehouse?
It is the business park area with
The
data
business
centers and distribution. Yep, that's
And-
correct.
And the Area 5 is where like a truck stop or?
There will not be a
that?
truck stop. And I offered up last night, including additional language in the agreement that further restricts that as a use. And we are comfortable doing that because we have no intention of allowing overnight parking or showers at the fueling station. And so, as I offered up last night, if the commission would like us to do so, and we're happy to just do it anyway, we'll go ahead and restrict those uses as part of the fueling station.
So it's a fueling station that won't be open 24 hours a day, it's just like a gas station, basically?
It's a fueling station.
Yeah.
It could be open 24 hours. I don't know. It depends on what the village would permit.
But they just can't stay there for 24 hours?
You can't park overnight.
Okay.
Yep. It would not be a truck stop.
Okay. So, one of the other things that you were talking about was, sorry, because I wrote my questions all over the place, so I
okay.
apologize.
No worries.
There was so much to take in. Let's see here. Oh, the traffic study. So, from what I understand, the neighbors had gotten together and HR Green did their own traffic study. And you had your traffic study by Greenwell, I think?
Kimley Horn
Kimley
completed
Horn.
our traffic study.
So I'm trying to get through the traffic study, and there's such a vast difference between the two. And I guess I'm just confused as to why, because I'm looking at their traffic study that says just on Scott Road alone. It says that they have about 1,000 cars now. After the development, it'll be 1,180, and then somewhere upwards to 2039, it goes up to 2,220. But on yours, it just says, and I might have been reading it wrong, but just on Scott Road, it says 312, and I don't know if that's just from the warehouse or if that's the full development of all traffic. I guess I'm just not, maybe I'm not reading your traffic study correctly. So I just like to know what the vast difference is between the two.
Sure. I have not seen the Blackberry Township traffic impact study, so I can't get into the weeds on their numbers versus our numbers. I could suggest that there's potentially different in a series of assumptions related to land uses and land use codes and density and distribution that may have informed their approach that is different than ours. Our traffic study has been submitted to the village and IDOT and will go through the formal technical review process. I would anticipate that as a part of the village's review that any of the discrepancies that you're suggesting, that we can work through those. With respect to the question specifically related to volume, are we talking about Scott or CV? I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right information.
Scott Road is the one that I was looking at. I mean, they listed out Scott, Finley, CV, and Green, but I was just starting with Scott Road because that one was, what they show is 1,000 cars now, and what I show, your study shows, and I don't know if I was reading it incorrectly, it only says 312, but I don't know if that's just traffic from like the warehouse or if it's the entire
Yeah, so we
project.
would not have warehouse traffic on Scott Road. The warehouse traffic is traveling on 47 and the interstate to CV. So I can answer that very definitively. Our traffic analysis is based on turning movement counts that were conducted, as I mentioned yesterday, in March 2023 when school was in session. A count was conducted at the intersection of 47 and Scott. I would I don't know what the number looks like. I would guess that you're looking at a daily traffic volume on Scott Road as opposed to a turning movement volume, which might be part of the discrepancy. I could do a quick estimate based on our projection if you give me a minute to get my phone for a calculator on what our daily traffic volume on Scott looks like compared to the volume that you have in front of you.
I'm concerned with the traffic as well. And it is true, it's a safety issue. So, you know, in any of those streets, Scott, Finley, CV Green, they all seem to be impacted by the increased travel. So I was just trying to understand the difference between the two. I understand that you haven't seen their report. Is that normal for when a neighborhood or when a community gets together and does their report and offers it to you? Is it normal for a company to not want to see that report?
I did not want to see it. It was not submitted to us. It was submitted to the village. So as I said, I would suggest typically in this scenario, as a part of the village's review process, which we have submitted for, any discrepancies we will work through as a part of the formal technical review process.
Okay, so they know they can submit it to you directly if they wish to, and you'd take a look at it?
We would welcome the opportunity.
Okay. going on to the, I'm looking at some of the setbacks that you're asking for a variance on for, like the single-family detached homes from 30 feet down to 25, single-family detached for front yard, and interior setbacks and rear yards. The difference in what you're looking for, is that in order to add more homes to the area? Or I guess maybe I'm not imaging it correctly in my head, but maybe it's to get more properties onto the land? Or is it to give it, it seems like it's giving it less yard area?
We're finding that the smaller lots, the reduced setbacks are commonplace, and it's the direction that the market is going in. We're doing this everywhere else in the country. This is one place where we're still seeing municipalities request the larger side yard setbacks. The smaller setbacks aid with clustering to be able to provide for better open space, and it also aids with attainability in terms of housing affordability. It works well in our other communities.
I too am a little bit concerned with you can't guarantee what the future is gonna be like. Nobody knew COVID was coming. Nobody knew that that was gonna affect us in such a way. Nobody knew, or maybe a lot of people didn't know that recession was coming, back then. And so we don't know what the future is gonna bring us. We're in an election year, so we don't know whether we're gonna go hard on electric cars or if we're gonna say, nah, we're gonna put a stop on that and we can keep on going with our gas-powered cars. We don't know. So, I know that you made a comment about improved air quality is based on EPA standards and aged trucks that become obsolete, needing to go towards electric cars. So, it's hard for you to determine, it's hard for you to tell us the future, but say we do go towards, we're not going towards electric cars. The air quality that everybody was speaking of is, it's concerning with the warehouse portion of it. So I don't know where my question is on that. I started to go towards a question and kind of hoping that we could have some kind of guarantee, but second thinking, you can't really give us a guarantee on that.
We can't control federal regulations, you're correct.
But the one thing that I am looking for as a guarantee is that this is not going to become stagnant project. That when there's going to be houses in area one, or there's going to be townhomes and senior living in different areas, and there's going to be a restaurant somewhere, and there's going to be a park, and I'm not going to say the PB court, nobody likes that. I guess I'd like to know that that's actually going to happen and it's not going to become a stagnant project.
We're committed to building this project out and fully developing it. I can't predict if there would be another great housing recession. I don't think we'll ever find ourselves in that situation again due to more stringent lending requirements that are in place today. But again, I can't predict what might happen. What I can tell you, though, is we were developing in several communities when that great housing recession occurred, as well as when COVID occurred. And we continue to follow through on our promises in all of those communities, and we're still developing in some of those communities today. And that would be Prairie Ridge and Oakstead would be two examples of that, as well as Highland Woods. As much as we would have loved to not see those projects sit, we did have years where we had no home sales. And that was just the product of the great housing recession. And we all felt that and experienced that, and it's just something that's beyond our control. But I can tell you we're committed to building this out.
If you're guaranteed that you know what you're going to build, or you have this plan in your head that this is what we're going to put in these areas, why go towards a PDD instead of a PUD?
Because with the PUD, a PUD requires you to identify the specific use, the specific housing types lotting it out on a preliminary plat, and locking that in for a period of time. If you want to make any modifications to that, which means if the market changes, or we have an active adult buyer who would like to take on a unit and develop an active adult community, we can't accommodate that buyer because we don't have that flexibility to be able to do so. Within that PDD, although it provides for a list of uses that are permitted, special, or completely restricted, there are other requirements within that ordinance as well, that we're just negotiating all of those up front and determining what those requirements are going to be up front as it relates to those various land uses. But locking in the specific uses today would not result in a viable project.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of my first questions for you in regards to this development is what might the vitality of the economy have on this development? I mean, if the economy goes sideways on us, obviously we're in an election year, and this may extend over several election years. How might that affect your process here?
Well, it could have an impact, but what I can tell you is that currently today nationally, and including in Illinois, we are undersupplied as it relates to housing. And so there is still a need, even with interest rates at one point being over 7% for months on end. Now they're down around 6.5%. So that is helping to encourage additional demand. But the demand is still there and needs to be met. And we have continued to have very strong sales in our Illinois communities in spite of the 7% interest rates.
North of Area 2, there's a green space, open space. How large is that area?
No, that's the tree growth. It's 100 acres.
Okay, and is that intended to be grassland, wooded? Is that going to be landscaped somehow?
The area that's within the floodplain and north of the creek will be retained in its natural state, with the exception being that we'll construct a trail system, a naturalized trail system through it to provide access to the community, walking trails and bike trails. And we'll also go into the woods and remove dead trees and invasive species.
Okay, so then the area, the distance between Area 2 and Area 4 is, how much distance is between that? I mean, so including the open space and crossing over 88 to get to Area 4,
We're getting a scaled. I can measure it here. Just do the average. He's doing It's on average 600 feet.
okay. When you get these residential areas ready and are entertaining builders to come in, are these considered to be national builders, local builders? Is there opportunity for local builders to build in these subdivisions, or?
Yeah, it would be a combination of public builders and private builders.
Okay, so when you do contract with these builders, does your responsibility as a developer and what's being agreed to in this PDD as far as planning and zoning, how does that responsibility translate to the builder that's going to be building in these subdivisions?
They're going to have to follow whatever the regulations are that are in place in the annexation agreement, including any impact fees that they have to pay at time of building permit, and any other development requirements that apply to the home and the lot grading and the design. So that's how those will pass on to them. They will have to follow the PDD ordinance and the annexation agreement just as we would.
And what happens if they default?
Yeah, it depends on the default, but we would ensure that they remedy any defaults.
Okay. Are the residential areas going to have HOAs in them?
Yes.
How do we make sure that those HOAs get developed?
We'll put those in place before we sell the first lot to the builder. We'll create the HOA, the design guidelines, the CCNRs that they will have to be bound by as it relates to the construction of their home.
Okay, who's going to guarantee that once the homeowners are in there that, or how does it get guaranteed that once the homeowners are in there, they do establish the HOA?
We will establish the HOA. Crown will establish the HOA before the first lot closing.
Okay, that's the extent of my questions.
Okay, and I'm sorry, my attorney we also give the village enforcement rights as it relates to that. Yeah.
You know, we have a rigorous architectural review board that is developer controlled. If it was up to us, we would control the homeowners associations, the sub-associations, the master associations until the last lot in the entire community is sold. Because if we don't have a good-looking community, because frankly, some of the publics don't do a very good job, you know, and so for us to be able to control that, we feel a whole lot better about that. State law, unfortunately, in the state of Illinois, doesn't allow that the way that it does in other states. So we are mandated to have to turn that over at a particular period of time. But we are rigorous in regards to our homeowners association, because otherwise we don't get people like you to buy. I mean, it just isn't. Everybody's become much more particular as far as what they require as far as maintenance goes.
Okay, Becky, and I know we were talking and you were asking questions. The village of Sugar Grove does have a PDD. Settlers Ridge was set up as a PDD, so it does exist in the village. And my question or comment, would you please go over that air study? It seemed to have had a lot of questions brought up about it, and I did read it, but could you explain what came out of that?
Yes, so the air quality study was prepared by a nationally recognized expert, and his qualifications are provided for in the appendix of the study. The model that was utilized in completing that air quality study is an EPA model. And then it included 100% of the traffic that's generated by the property. What it showed is, as a result of improved EPA standards, as well as the retirement of aging fleets, air quality post-development will be better than it is today. That does not mean, and I am not saying that we are improving air quality. What I'm saying is, as a result of enhanced standards, the air quality of the area would improve regardless as to whether or not we were to develop our property.
Okay, thank you. You did say that there would not be a truck stop. You offered additional conditions.
Yes.
What other conditions? How do we make that happen? I know you said no showers. Is there like no mechanics bay? I mean, what would be your suggestions to prohibit something that actually becomes a truck stop?
We'll incorporate restrictions on any use that would result in that fueling station being a truck stop, whether it's a mechanic station. We will ban overnight parking, and we will not allow showers.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple different type of fueling stations in the area, obviously, that provide gasoline, diesel fuel. Some have a car wash, some have other different type facilities in it, but it's truly, by sight, you can tell it's not a truck stop, even though it does fuel trucks.
There will be diesel provided at the fueling station, but it will not be a truck stop.
Because we do have fueling stations in Sugar Grove that do provide diesel, and I think that is important, and I do appreciate the fact that you said that you can provide information to provide that there will not be anything that is a truck stop.
Yes, we'll restrict it in our PDD ordinance.
Okay. I do have a concern. There's night sky and dark sky ordinances and the such. And I know you don't have anything that's specific to that. Is there some way that we can include some of those provisions? I do know that the Sugar Grove ordinance does have some provisions in there for that. Is there a way to get that evaluated?
Yeah, we did pull in Sugar Grove provisions. Because the PDD ordinance has to be a standalone ordinance, we did pull in the provisions as it relates to lighting. The modifications that we did request were to have for the fueling station higher pole heights, as well as for the distribution in the data center facilities. And that was the result of feedback from data center and distribution developers that they need the higher light pole height to provide for security.
Okay, so we probably could review that a little bit so that we could get some night sky, dark sky provisions while still providing what you need. I know there's the dark sky talks about lights that point down and not up, and
Yeah, if that's in your ordinance, and we did pull that in.
okay,
So because this has to be a standalone ordinance, we did pull in verbatim many of the sections of the village ordinance, making only some modifications. The modifications that we did make was relative to the industrial uses as well as the data center uses with the pole heights and the fueling station.
okay. There is some landscaping and berming included, and I believe that the intention is to provide some berming around Area 4.
Correct.
I believe that, and for without having a specific, there's an area, I know everybody has talked about it, and we're familiar right in Aurora around Sullivan and Iroquois, and it's the Toyota facility that does have an excellent example of berming that prevents from seeing doors and et cetera.
Yeah.
Is that able to be provided for that area?
We set our standards in the PDD ordinance based on Orchard Road Business Park, in particular, the feel of Sullivan Road. So that includes the berming, the building setbacks. I would say we've taken it further with our landscaping, and that we will have better landscaping materials and more dense clustering of landscaping to provide for the screening versus Sullivan Road.
Okay, yeah, not everything over there is exactly like Toyota that starts out. So, but there are other areas that are good as well. I also, the village adopted an ordinance for ComEd and other utilities to be in the rear yards. And I would like to continue to have that in place for Sugar Grove. I think that is important. It does make a difference. I've actually re-reviewed areas that have front utilities in the residential area especially, and I obviously, since I was the one that presented that ordinance to the village about the ComEd utilities, I would like to see that followed.
So ComEd policy today is that all transformers and utility boxes, that they're located in the front yards for enhanced access. They will locate them in the rear yards if we cover the cost of the conduit. We've worked the numbers out on that. In Area 1 alone, that's $1.7 million in conduit in order to be able to move the utility boxes and the transformers to the rear yard. As an alternative, and we've done this in other communities, what we have offered is to provide significant screening around those utility boxes and transformers to screen them from view of the public way in order to shield them. If we were to move them to the rear yards, that cost would ultimately impact the affordability of those homes to the end buyer.
Okay, I guess I'll take a look at that. There is a concern, let me get the accessory building use. They're called ADHD. Accessory dwelling units.
We're pulling that up.
AADU, I guess, would be. Okay, I'm looking at in the PDD. It's accessory AADU. It's an accessory dwelling unit that you're providing for, but it doesn't have the regular restrictions that the village ordinance provides for. So we do have a concern because we don't want those to turn into rental units, and which is why the village ordinance has restrictions that cover those. Is there
So the way we intended to handle that, we can handle it in a couple of ways, because I'm in consult with my attorney. I'm not sure that we can legally say you can't rent something. But what we've done in our communities to prevent people from utilizing their homes or these ADUs as, Airbnbs and what have you, is to restrict it in our HOA. Here, what we can do is we can add, I believe, legally, we can add additional language saying that it must be a related party.
Okay, yeah, I do believe the village ordinance does have something to that. Yes, I get it, you can rent, but it does have the potential, unrestricted, to be a two-flat.
Yeah,
so
and we don't want that.
Okay.
So we'll add the language to the PDD ordinance. That they must be related to them, yeah.
There is some use in Area 4. I really don't want, we don't really want a recycling center or transfer station. Those seem to bring a lot of trash to the area. And I even know that our local senator is working on additional legislation because it does have an impact on the surrounding area. I would rather that be, if you want it at all, a recycling center or a transfer station, to have it as special use, not permitted.
We will do that.
Okay. I do, for our commercial or other buildings in, let's see, it'd probably be 3, 4, and 5, any rooftop equipment needs to have proper screening. I know there's something mentioned in there. I'm not sure it completely covers, does it line up with our ordinance? I didn't get a chance to double check that screening. I think that's important.
Yeah, I believe we're requiring parapet walls or other appropriate screening that the village would accept. But we're pulling that up to find the exact language so that we can recite it to you.
Okay.
Pretty sure it's parapet. We had this conversation. And Tony, if you'd like to move on to your next question, I can, when she finds that in the ordinance, I'll recite that back to you if you'd like.
Okay, and if you could explain a little bit better, because there's fulfillment center, distribution center, warehouse, and I know you have a 1.5 million square foot limit. Would you explain exactly which one of those is limiting and how you're not going to, get a distribution center and a fulfillment center, but it could be the same thing, and is it part of the 1.5 proposal that you included?
If it is a last mile sorting or fulfillment facility that would generate more trucks than a typical distribution facility that might generate fewer trucks, that's where the restriction applies. So a use that would generate more truck trips, such as a fulfillment in a sorting facility, would be subject to the 1.5 million square foot cap.
Okay, so can we, I guess, maybe I didn't read it right, or maybe it was specified in there, but can we keep it to that so that we know exactly what the 1.5 is? I thought there was an extra use that could fall in the 1.5, or it should, or did I misread it?
No, it specifically says, and this is on page 7 in the ordinance, fulfillment center and sorting facility. They are subject to, permitted use is subject to a collective cap of 1.5 million square feet.
Okay, and did you say fulfillment center?
Fulfillment center and a sorting facility, yep.
Okay, so that's either or, but they combine
Collectively.
to be 1.5.
So if we had one of each, collectively, the cap is 1.5.
Okay, all right.
It is a maximum cap for those two uses, not individually, but collectively.
Okay, there's another use, heavy manufacturing. I think that should be a special use.
I'm gonna just back up. We have the information on the roof-mounted mechanical equipment. So
I made my notes. I'm sorry, I didn't actually put it on the exact pages.
that's okay. I just wanted to respond to the question you asked prior to the last question. Commercial buildings do need to make use of parapet walls to screen roof-mounted equipment.
Okay, parapet walls are important as well.
Yep. And then
Heavy manufacturing.
okay. And we pulled the heavy manufacturing definition in directly out of your code. So you're wanting to convert heavy manufacturing to a special use?
Correct.
I think we're fine with that.
Okay. Oh, I know, I'm sorry. Here, and not to, warehouse cross dock, is that also a fulfillment center? Maybe that was the one I got confused on.
No, that could be a warehouse.
Okay. Let's see. And I know there was a question on hazardous materials. It is listed in there, and you said that mirrors our current village ordinance?
Yes, we copied it in because the PDD ordinance has to be a standalone ordinance. We copied in that language verbatim out of the Village of Sugar Grove's ordinance.
Okay.
The only modification is the table in there for the specific types of uses that we were requested to include in terms of where those materials would be located. But all the verbiage in there is identical to what is in the village's ordinance.
Okay. I did have questions on the soil reports, but you did answer those already.
Great.
That there are soil borings for the site. I do have a question, and I know we've talked a lot about water for the site. The village currently does have capacity for your site to be started, and I know obviously this goes back to prior discussions that I had been part of when I did work for the village. We were looking at a possible deep well, and I know there's a lot of discussion on different reports. It's very complicated, that I will agree. But we were looking for the site for the purpose, if a well were needed for your site in the future, we were considering a deep well only so that it would not have an impact on any shallow wells in that area, is my recollection. Is that still the possibility today?
So where we are today is that through water modeling, the village has identified that there is sufficient water capacity that exists in your system today to be able to serve our property at full build out.
Mm-hmm.
The village may decide to construct a water treatment plant down the road to expand their capacity and provide additional service, but that is not needed to provide service to our property. What the modeling revealed is that we need to construct a 750,000 gallon water storage tank, as well as a booster pump PRV station to be able to get the water north of I-88.
Okay, so then that would then be a decision made by the village in the future if there became a time that an additional well in that area was needed.
Yes, that would be the village's decision.
Okay. And I know in some of those reports, because I've read them as well, there is a comment on the St. Peter formation. The village of Sugar Grove does have one well at Dugan Road on the far western edge of the village that's open to the St. Peter. The report does say that the village does use it because we do have that well and that capability, but that has not been regularly used for over 20 years. So I know part of that report and the decline in the St. Peter formation is not. Wabansie does have a well in the St. Peter from what I can see in the report. So there was information, like I said, it's very complicated. And the village is currently using the Ironton Gale formation for their deep wells, which are over 1,000 feet deep and are sealed off from all the formations above those. Depending on the details of the report, and it's complicated, how close you look, and areas of decline, there is an area which is in Sugar Grove on those maps that we were looking at yesterday, where the Ironton Galesville is not in decline as other parts of the area. Now, truly, Joliet, and it's well-known, well-advertised, has caused a tremendous problem to the area, and they are in the middle of switching to City of Chicago water, And that is something that we do have to continue to monitor. I do agree with you. It has to be monitored. And then it also has prompted other communities in the area, Yorkville, Oswego, and Montgomery, to explore other water sources as well. They're currently working with the DuPage Water Commission to hook up for their water source as well. Obviously, the Village of Sugar Grove has to be cognizant of all of those issues as well, and as the report says, must be monitored. It does extend a good portion of the timeline to 2050 or 2070, but it does have to be monitored. So it is important that we just stay on top of it. It was pointed out, but it's very complicated, very detailed report. I'm not a geologist, but there are parts that are specific to Sugar Grove in there. I think that is my, oh, I'm sorry, I do have one more item. And I know, Becky, you brought up, it's the Blackberry Township Development Study. And I did talk to HR Green, and they used your information, or did you find that out?
Yeah, thank you. Can I speak to this really
Yeah,
quick to
go ahead.
correct the record? So as was just suggested, the Blackberry Township Traffic Study is using the traffic count data, both existing, they estimated daily traffic volumes based on the turning movement count, compared that to IDOT data. It's generally consistent, IDOT rounds, it's not an exact number. I think the other thing to point out, the conclusion of the HR Green study, generally the recommendations that are outlined in our traffic study are consistent with their findings at the key intersections that they looked at. They identified one opportunity to explore a modification to the geometry on Scott at 47. I think there's a right-of-way challenge, but that's something we can continue to look at. But otherwise, the findings of that study are consistent with the findings of our traffic study.
Right, yeah, they took the numbers right out of your report. Yes. I do recommend that the village engineer for Sugar Grove review this and include it and work with you to make sure that this information, like you said, it's very, very close. They did have a couple different recommendations, which is not unusual, yes. The way that they reviewed the numbers. So
yes, we will work with the village.
All right, yes, I do want that incorporated that way. I think that's it for right now.
Okay. Anybody else down the way
Thank
there?
you.
Any other questions that were prompted by what's been discussed?
Do you have any first, or you want me to go ahead?
Sorry?
Okay. Yeah, I have a couple more. As I reviewed Exhibit F, that's this big old thing, I found that there was a lot of changes in numbers and kind of a variation from the village. This is the ordinances and what you want as opposed to what our current standard is.
I'm sorry, are you referring to the subdivision variances?
Subdivision ordinance variance.
Okay.
Okay? So my question is this. We find ourselves anywhere from 6 to 12 times a year revising our own ordinances because they're out of date. A lot of these seems to be the same type of approach.
Correct.
That we're just out of date. Would that be an accurate statement?
That is an accurate statement.
Okay. So would you recommend that we do a more thorough review of our ordinances to bring them current to the market?
I'll leave that to the village to make that determination. I don't think it's appropriate for me to make that recommendation.
Yeah, because we are looking for more work. We like 7-hour meetings. So, all right, I'm jumping now over to the PDD plan that was in this monster. Okay. I was a bit disappointed when I opened up this section and right away ran into section Roman numeral 1 on how disagreements were going to be handled. To that degree, the last half of the second paragraph, to the extent any provision of the village zoning regulations conflict with the regulating plan and agreement, the regulating plan and agreement shall control. Then carrying on, where any village ordinance is less restrictive than the requirements provided herein, the least restrictive requirements shall apply except for Area 3 and 4, where the standards herein shall apply. So basically, if I'm understanding that correctly, you hold all the cards.
Commissioner Jones, if I may, included in staff's recommendation, there were some changes to that language that was being recommended as part of the entire presentation on the staff's end.
Do you have those recommendations?
They're attached in your advisory report. Yes, they were made part of the advisory report.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
They're attached in the advisory report.
Page 23.
So I'd like to just take a moment to explain why that language is in there. It specifically pertains to the residential component as well as the commercial component, that if for whatever reason there is a modification to your ordinance that results in a less restrictive requirement, that could create a competitive disadvantage for us within Sugar Grove as related to other residential and commercial developers. We are willing in areas 3 and 4 to adhere to all of the requirements that are here, even if the ordinance changes and some of these requirements become less restrictive. But that's why we requested that variance here in our ordinance.
So what if we want to make it more restrictive?
Can you please repeat?
What if the village says we need it to be more restrictive?
You're saying what if the village asks us to strike that language?
Or we change our ordinance, and your ordinance then is less restrictive than ours, and we would like to see yours comply with ours. Now, the PDD prevents that, I understand.
No, what we're saying is we don't want to find ourselves in a situation where we're at a competitive disadvantage. If another developer builder comes into the community, they would have their own opportunity to be able to negotiate their variances as well, even if the ordinance becomes more restricted. What we're saying is we don't want to find ourselves in a situation where we're competing against another residential developer and they have less restrictive standards. It creates a competitive disadvantage for us.
So in some cases, your standard is more restrictive than ours.
Yes, in the case of 3 and 4, we have additional standards in there that are more restrictive.
Right. So you're wanting leeway that if another developer comes in on the, just for talk's sake, on the south side of town and says, come build here because I've got this, which is less restrictive, you want to be able to adjust yours to match that.
Only if your ordinance states that, not because another developer negotiated their own variances. We would not be requesting to receive the same variances that they've negotiated.
Okay. Park, you know where that's at, parks. Someplace in this, and I apologize, there's just so much. But Parks says our ordinance is 75 feet between entrances, and you want that reduced to 25 feet on Parks? Are you familiar?
Just one moment, we're pulling that language up. Correct. We believe we can provide adequate access to the parks with the 25-foot easement as opposed to 75-foot easement.
Does that not create a parking problem when someone's trying to come in and there's parking there? And I'm thinking.
Well, at our trailheads, we're going to
You
provide
want
parking.
comment?
The trailhead will be at the town center area. And down in the residential areas, typically those are smaller parks, 1 to 2 acres. There would be parking, typically you would park in the street. And then in the Village Grove, in the town center area, we're providing parking in the park that would have the farmer's market. And then we would have on-street parking as well as additional parking in the commercial area. to support parking for those park uses.
Jennifer, I think what the question is, the radius is coming in off of the main roadway, pulling into the park. Are you saying that the 25 feet is going to go straight up to the right-of-way where you're not going to have a radius where you come off the roadway?
I'm not sure I understand the question, John. My apologies. Just give us one moment.
It's the one where you want to take the right-of-way from 75 down to 25.
Easements for the park. Yeah, we're not asking for an easement for the parking lot.
12.5 AG. Oh, AG, access provided. Yeah, be chapter 512, 58G.
Yeah, this isn't into the parking lot, just to be clear. This
Yeah,
would be
because
providing
my
access.
my question is-
Pedestrian path access to the park.
Oh, this is pedestrian access?
Yes.
Because the way I was reading it, it was vehicle. Because I have access should allow for ample space for ingress and egress from the property.
Okay.
Radii under the requested ordinance change would not be possible unless there is a special reason for the existing ordinance shall remain in place.
No, we can eliminate that variance.
Because I'm taking it that you're trying to pull off of the main road onto a roadway where you're not going to have an ample radius, where you're going to have to really swing out into the left lane to make your turn.
We don't anticipate that specific situation, but in the event that we do construct a parking area within the park area, we'll adhere to the ordinance. So we'll take the variance out.
Okay.
All right, have one more and then I'll shut up. 12.6.9A talks about concrete sidewalks. Our ordinance says concrete. Yours says sidewalks shall be constructed as specified in annexation agreement. We don't deal with the annexation agreement. So we need to understand what the variance here is.
We're pulling that.
We don't deal with TIF, we don't deal with annexation agreement,
I gotcha.
so it needs to be our language, which is zoning.
So what we can add to the zoning ordinance is that the sidewalk shall be 5-inch PCC sidewalk on, why can't I read this with my glasses? On 6-inch aggregate base, CA6, compacted to 95% modified Proctor density. Is that acceptable?
That is acceptable, thank you.
We'll add the language to the PDD as well then.
Good. At this time, I have no more questions for Crown, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments, discussion, questions? Now I can prepare to close the public hearing.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Am I moving? Who's my second, Maggie?
Sure, yes.
Stable's my second. And that motion is to close the public hearing on petition number 24-013, correct? I'll call the vote. John Gundorf.
Yes.
Larry Jones.
Yes.
Becky Stable.
Yes.
Rick Wilson.
Yes.
John Barrett.
Yes.
Tony Special. Yes. Roxanne Slater, yes. Public hearing is thus closed as of 9:29. All right, moving along to the recommendation that we're to make on petition number 24-013. Oh. I take it you heard we closed the public hearing. Go ahead and proceed? Yeah, we can hear you. Okay. All right, the next order of business is our making a recommendation regarding what actions we're going to take on petition number 24-013. What's before us is, under that petition, they're asking for the property be rezoned from F1 to PDD. If we see fit to proceed, we're going to have to determine whether they meet the standards that are in Chapter 11-13-11, dealing with the 4 matters that they're set forth and provide for. The second thing is that the village is asking that the 38 conditions that are set forth on pages 23 and 27 of the advisory report be made a part of our petition or our recommendation, and further that there's substantial compliance by the petitioner with the 5 plans or documents that are set forth on pages 24, 27, and 28 of the advisory report. So the first matter that we've got to deal with is petition number 24-013, dealing with whether we're going to recommend that the zoning map be amended with those conditions. So gentlemen, do you have any comments or discussions regarding that?
I do. As we discussed it here, Crown made several, we'll change that. Do we need to include any of that in whatever we do, or is that just a given?
You can include with the changes that were recommended at the hearing this evening, or that were agreed to, I'm sorry.
So we can just say, what they agreed to and we agreed to, and then that covers it? Because
You could add that as one of the conditions the recommendations that staff had included in their report. So you could add that as an additional number.
So we can say what the stenographer wrote.
Correct.
Who removed?
What is in the record that they had agreed to change in the PDD ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Well, the issue is somebody in a position to make a motion to approve or recommend to the village? And I guess the audience ought to understand that we're a recommending body. We make recommendations to the village, and they're the ones that are going to ultimately decide whether the rezoning should take place. But many times they follow what we recommend, other times they don't. But is there anybody that is in a position to make a motion to recommend to the village that petition number 24-013?
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Now, I take it that, can I assume that we're going to include in that motion the findings that the petitioner has met the standards for rezoning, which are paragraphs 1 through 4 set forth in chapter 11-13-11, under paragraph F, I believe it is. Is that, John, is that?
Yes.
The other thing I'm asking that it be included in that motion is that there's 38 conditions that are set forth in the advisory report.
I'm sorry, Chairman, just to be clear, it's not necessarily a condition, but there are additional recommendations.
All right, well then, I guess the 38 additional recommendations that are set forth on pages 23 through 27 in the advisory report, those would also be added to the motion?
Correct.
And finally, that we're going to add to the motion that there would be substantial compliance by the petitioner with the 5 plans or documents that are set forth on pages 27 and 28 of the advisory report. Do I have that added to the motion?
Yes.
And finally, the matters that were agreed to by the petitioner in the record today, as far as various changes that we've talked about, I take it those can be added to the motion.
Correct.
All right. Does everybody understand the motion? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Wilson is my second. So Mr. Gutendorf is my movement. Wilson is my second. I'll call the vote. John Gutendorf.
Yes.
Larry Jones.
Yes.
Becky Sabo. Greg Wilson.
Yes.
John Barretts.
No.
Tony Special.
Yes.
Irv Oxenslager, yes.
You guys really serve the people.
So, what was the recording on it? 5-2? So the motion passes on a vote of 5-2, and that'll be passed along to the village. All right, the next matter. The next matter before us is the final plat of subdivision. Oh, that's right, we'd have to do that, don't we? All right, the other matter is we're going to need a motion to approve the request for numerous variances that were set forth in Exhibit F, which is attached to the advisory report for petition number 24-013. Included in that motion would be the standards for granting these variances that are set forth in Chapter 12-9-2, and I think there's 4 standards that are set forth there. So again, I would ask, is anybody prepared to make a motion regarding the variances set forth in Exhibit F?
I so move.
Who was that, Larry?
Yep.
Mr. Jones is my movement. Do I have a second?
Do we, I'm sorry, do we include the same type of items that we did with the first one that we've discussed and they've agreed to?
Those are part of the PDD, but you can add them into this as well.
So
So yes, if you want to amend your motion and amend your second.
I haven't got, do I have a second yet? No.
No, if you want to amend the motion to include that information that was discussed in the record.
So we're gonna.
Did we not already include it in the first vote?
She said we can include it in this also.
Since you're doing 2 separate votes, I would just
For what
include them in
purpose
both.
with the second?
This is the,
We're on the variances.
Oh, okay. I accept the modification.
All right, so the, Larry, your motion then is to approve the request for numerous variances that were set forth in Exhibit F of the advisory report. We're adopting the standards that were set forth in Chapter 12-9-2. And then we're also going to include then any verbal changes in those variances that were discussed in the record. Is that a fair statement of the motion?
That is my motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Mr. Special's my second. Any further discussion? I'll call the vote. Tony Special.
Yes.
John Barretts.
No.
Greg Wilson. Yes. Becky Sabo. Larry Jones.
Yes.
John Gutendorf.
Yes.
Irv Oxenslager, yes. That motion passes, and the variances as corrected are approved. And that will go on to the village. All right. The final matter on our agenda before we get to the public comment is the final plat of subdivision, and that's in petition number 24-014. That doesn't obviously require a public hearing. I think the final plat has been presented to us. Are there any comments or discussions regarding that final plat? And I think that was attached as Exhibit A to the Advisory report? Pardon?
I said I got
No questions? Is anybody prepared to make a motion to approve the final plat and recommend it to the village under petition number 24-014?
I'll make the motion.
Mr. Gudendorf is moving to do that. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Tony's my second. Thank you. Any further discussion or comments? The motion before us is to approve the final plat of subdivision as set forth in petition number 24-014. There's no special findings that we have to make, so I'll call a vote. John Gudendorf?
Yes.
Larry Jones?
Yes.
Becky Sabo? No. Greg Wilson?
Yes.
John Barretts? Tony Special?
Yes.
Irv Oxenslager, yes. That motion passes. And petition number 24-014 will be passed along to the village as our recommendation. No old business before us. Any comments by any of the commissioners? Are there any public comments, general public comments that would like to be made by the audience?
We do have a list.
Pardon?
There's the list.
Oh, the list. Danny?
So we can have Donna Bauman, Marie Johnson, Rick Whitcomb.
Got it.
Sorry. Donna Bauman, Marie Johnson, Rick Whitcomb, Ron Stens, and Dan Randall line up.
I'm Donna Boffman. I live on Red Oak Drive, and I just have to say I'm really, really disappointed in all of you. I don't know how you can pass this, how you did pass it, knowing the danger that it puts many people under. It's really very sad and disgusting.
Dan Randall, Willow Creek Drive. There's just 2 points I want to make. Heard a lot about the scientific method tonight. People have mentioned it a couple of times, but maybe it's not clear what that means. Scientific method is a great tool to learn from. A scholarly paper is written and released to other scholars to review. That's how it works. That's part of the process. These other scholars review and then confirm its validity or critique it and point out its flaws. It should always be suspect when someone quotes their scientific study as valid but refuses to compare or even let anybody see their evidence, as was spoken last night. Only earlier tonight they offered to give you folks their review of the soil that they last night said, no, it was private, none of anybody's business. Scientifically speaking, this is pretty much as bogus as it gets. As far as the committee is concerned, you should adopt the opinion of the people here last night. Unless Crown's scientific report is presented as evidence, it should be completely disregarded as complete fabrication, no basis on fact. It is time for them to put up or shut up. Why would they have paid for a soil and water review from the King DuPage counties, then totally disregard it as wrong when it was done recently while their alleged survey was done more than 20 years ago? Seems pretty obvious that no report that states something different from King DuPage exists. My second point, America follows a constitution of the people, by the people, for the people. Whether you're elected or appointed to your role in the government, the Sugar Grove Board, as well as this Planning and Zoning Board, are expected to do the will of the people. At that big meeting we had at Waubonsee Community College a month or so ago, there were 25 rows with 20 people in each. They were full, 500 people right there. There were at least 100 more people standing alongside the walls in the back. Overwhelmingly, the speakers spoke against this development, as they have in the last 2 nights. One person did state that they were not for or against Crown's development, but wanted to hear about it. Fair enough, but there were more than 40 people who spoke against the expansion through a TIF. So you must ask yourselves, all 7 of you, Are you following the will of the people? Mind you, those 600-plus people were not who have been classified by some on the board and by the Crown folks as hooligans. First-class hooligans sits over here. In fact, most were Sugar Grove residents and business owners. So if you're not going to follow the will of people, who do you represent? And why don't you represent the people?
Okay, Sheila Albano. Stacy Miller. Bob Ramandi. Janet Meeks. Mark Miller. Bonnie Proctor. Jara Piper. Oh, Bonnie, okay.
Your job is hard, but shame on you. Shame on you for not tabling this and at least looking into the things that you heard over the last 12 hours from your citizens. You dismissed all of those. People poured out the passion and a lot of study time that you completely disregard. You didn't say, let's think about this overnight. Good God, if I picked wallpaper for my bathroom, I'd spend more time thinking about it. Shame on you. When I said I had a hard time sleeping about telling my son he couldn't play basketball, I can't imagine how you folks are going to feel when you found out your neighbor is diagnosed with cancer, your grandchild is diagnosed with asthma, or God forbid, he loses his life to cancer. Those people sitting in that corner all smiled. They all smiled like, mission done. I watched a full-on grin from somebody picking up their portfolio. Shame on you, shame on them. I'm incredibly disheartened about how you feel about your jobs. And yeah, I know you're not paid for it, but the fact that you didn't even want to spend one damn night thinking about what you heard? Why'd you even sit here for 12 hours? What a sham. You had to tick off on your sheet that we had a hearing. Oh yeah, we listened to everybody, took everybody's opinion, we let everybody have their 3 minutes, we let people have 10 minutes, we let people talk endlessly. But for that, we didn't even think about it. We went home, went to bed, got up the next day, came back and said, now it's over. And we know exactly what the village is, your trustees are gonna vote for this. They told you what to vote. Shame on you, shame on you. You all could do better. You just gave them the keys to the bus that's gonna drive us off the cliff. We cease to look like we looked today ever again. Shame on you.
Jara Piper. Jaden Chatta. Next up is Molly Reimer and Ashley McBee. If you guys are here, if you want to get in line.
I didn't come prepared with a statement or anything. I wish I could say I didn't know how the vote was going to go tonight, but considering 3 of the planning commissioners on this board were handpicked by Village President Jennifer Conan, I think we can all say we know where this was going to go tonight. I really want to thank Becky Sabo and Jonathan Baertz for voting no and having integrity. I am very, very disappointed in the rest of the board. And, you know, John, I spent a lot of time with you over the last few weeks, and a lot of time talking with you, and, you know, I felt like we had a real connection in being able to discuss the various things that were going on, and I'm just very disappointed that we don't feel heard. And for Crown, there's one thing I want to thank you for. I want to thank you for bringing all of us together. This community has never been stronger in opposition to you. I have never been closer as I have been now to my neighbors. And you guys, the only reason is because we're disgusted with you. We do not want to be here. We don't want to be here until midnight fighting you guys. But we're here, and we're close together because of it. Nobody wants this except Village President Jennifer Conan, who backstabbed the people who got her elected to village president, and then appointed 3 people to the commission to approve this. It's just absolutely disgusting. I'm just appalled. But really, I'm not shocked. It's absolutely disgusting to me. And again, thank you to Becky and Jonathan for voting no.
Perry Elliott.
Oop, hello. Well, I tell you what, you voted this way, and you will have to live with it, along with the rest of us. The problem with this is, it's a 23-year procedure with the TIF. They've shortened it to 20 years. A lot of shit is gonna happen in the next 20 years. A lot of the bad things are gonna happen, but we'll have to wait and see. One example of what has happened, and Jennifer Cowan verified that tonight, on the key headlines that were put on the website a couple of weeks ago that were demanded by the village trustees to pull it down for misinformation, was the fact that this project is gonna yield $90 million to benefit Sugar Grove over the next 20 years. The basis of that is right here in their comments, that 48 million of it is going to come from retail sales, from over doubling the current retail issues that are, or options that are here in the village right now. Earlier today, when you were asking about the retail, she said that I don't have any confidence, or without it, can't confidently know if retail will develop, which basically, if that doesn't, it cuts all that supposed benefit to Sugar Grove. That's it. The costs are going to increase. That's going to be 40 million plus. There's no way around that. But you just lost any potential profit if this retail development does not work, okay? And that's not even supposed to kick in until 2035 by their records, but then again, they didn't have enough respect to redo their damn report because it's from 2023. I mean, that's the kind of crap these people are throwing, and it's wrong. It should be definitive, reliable information, and the financials don't support this at all, and neither does their TIF proposal. So there's still a couple more steps to go through. But you should know that this sets a pattern, and that same pattern is going to follow through this whole project. Not wanting constant monitoring because it's going to cost them too much. Hey, they got $350 million that they're asking for to work with. That's our money. Spend it on our interest. Your conduit, a $1.7 million additional cost? Oh my God, so you can't put that according to our aesthetic requirements in the back of the houses? You got to have them in the front with a bush in front of them? You guys are a joke. And it will come to bear. This other part of this, on the job issues, you got the job potential coming up here. Oh, where's Sugar Grove's column? You got Kane County, you got the state of Illinois, you got Kane County, you got the state of Illinois. You've got no job benefits in here to Sugar Grove, no verifiable benefits. 6,390 construction people. What, are you gonna hire the whole city of Sugar Grove to come in and pound nails for you? You ought to be embarrassed. You really should. I've been in finance all my life. In the capital markets, if you came to market with this shit, they'd laugh you out of town. Thank you.
Lisa Essling.
Do you want my address again? No? All right. I'm going to go through your standards one more time. Number one, will the rezoning change promote the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the village and comply with the policies of the comprehensive land use plan and other plans adopted by the village? Not once in the 4 times the petitioner answered it did they address this first half of the question. They did not answer whether public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the village would be damaged. So we can only deduce that indeed the petitioner is not able to satisfy this standard. Public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the village will be greatly and adversely affected by this project. And therefore, the Planning and Zoning Commission Board cannot support this rezoning without committing fraud. Number 4, will the rezoning alter the character of the neighborhood or be detrimental to the adjacent property? In none of the 4 times the petitioner responded to this standard have they ever addressed the second half of this standard. We can only deduce then that the petitioner is not able to satisfy this standard. The proposed development will be devastatingly detrimental to the adjacent properties, and therefore the Planning and Zoning Commission cannot support the rezoning without committing fraud. Jen and the rest of you at Crown presented your opinion about the character of the area, that it was changed by the addition of the tollway ramps. This is your opinion. I can tell you that as a resident there, the fact is that character was not changed by the tollway, but will be devastatingly changed by the development. Why does my opinion count more than yours? Because mine is fact, yours is opinion. I live there. Yours has nothing behind it but wishful thinking. Board members, you're responsible for and accountable to the residents first and foremost. By voting in favor of this rezoning, you're violating your own standards and setting a precedent for others to challenge these standards in the future. You're also losing your reputations as being trustworthy servants of the people. That lack of confidence that you lost tonight is difficult or impossible to regain. We are disappointed in all of you, except for Bethany.
Dale Essling.
Disappointment would be the understatement. Last night you heard from several impacted parties. You heard from a bunch of people tonight. Well, you heard from them, but apparently you didn't listen to them. These people had concerns that Crown never fully answered the questions concerning your zoning standards, your zoning standards. I think it's incumbent upon this board to require Crown to address the answer all the questions fully, especially questions 1 and question 4. All of the questions so they can be questioned by this board. Well, I guess that's a moot point now, isn't it? They certainly have not been cross-examined on their answers by anyone because they haven't answered the question. Without requiring a full answer to the rezoning questions, you will be opening the door for anyone else who wants to rezone their property and develop their land. They can write some hogwash about complying with your comprehensive plan and stand with a defiant face on and tell you that they answered the question. They didn't answer the effing question. If Crown can pull this crap and you're going to let them get away with it, which you just did, and you're going to give them their zoning, then you'll literally have to let everyone else do the same stunt. I had almost laughed. They stand up here and say, well, we don't want to have another developer come in and negotiate a better deal. Isn't that what they just did? They just negotiated a better deal than what they should have had. And you all let them get, sorry, Rebecca, Jonathan, the rest of you let them get away with it. What a bunch of pieces of crap. You will also, by not requiring Crown to answer your standards or rezoning questions, create a situation where all the facts have not been laid on the table, have not been brought before the public in order for both the public and this board to have honest questions and answers answered about the actual facts of their rezoning quest. It fits the comprehensive plan, they said. Of course it does. The comp plan was made to order for Crown. Perhaps we need to do a little more digging and find out when was the last time Crown or the Sugar Grove government changed their comp plan for a developer. Off the top of my head, I would say never. Sugar Grove government is playing a dangerous game, capitulating to one developer while denying the similar requests of another. Not requiring Crown to answer your relatively simple rezoning questions would be a deliberate effort to apply this zoning change arbitrarily, unreasonably, and absolutely without substantial relation to the health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the public. Not just the village, the public. We live there. Maybe your simple rezoning questions were too difficult for Crown to answer. Are we really going to let them get away with it? Yeah, apparently we are. Shame on all of you, except for you two.
All right, that's the last of the public comments that were listed. Yes, yeah, come over here and say hi.
No, the facial piercings are hard to forget. I'm Brittany Hoskins. I live on Thornapple Tree. I'm one of the affected parties. You guys heard me speak the other day about moving my parents in. The thing that I didn't speak about yesterday, which a lot of people did, a lot of people brought out their degrees and their expertise, and I think now is time to bring out mine. I'm a behavior analyst. That's what my master's is in. I study human behavior. I think the most telling part of this entire thing was the body language and the tone used by the Crown developers towards members of the village versus the board. That was really hard to hear. It was hard to see. It was hard to watch. There was a lot of hostility. The posturing, oh, sorry, she's short. The hostility, the posturing, the vocal tones, the clipped answers, the politeness versus the impoliteness. What that really highlights to me is, again, how those of us who are in that area are going to be treated. And that stinks. That really, really stinks. I'm so scared. This is our first home. I told you guys why we bought it. I don't know what we're going to do because the warehouses are going in right there. They're talking about widening the road right there. So this sucks. This feels like it's been, a couple of people have said, it's felt a little like a sham. It's felt a little like everybody's up there thinking about, oh God, what am I gonna put on the TV to forget about this when I go home? Another episode of Murder, She Wrote, so I can watch something resolve and feel calm. This is really hard, y'all. This is really hard. And I really hope that you're hearing this. I'm not sure that you are, because I'm also watching your body language too. I'm watching the people who are checked out, and that stinks. So, thanks for giving me the opportunity to be heard, at least by these people. Help. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, is there anybody else that wants to make general public comments? If not, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. I'm sorry? Mr. Barretts is moving to adjourn. Ms. Sabo is my second. Any further discussion? I'll call the vote. John Gudendorf.
Yes.
Larry Jones.
Yes.
Becky Sabo.
Yes.
Greg Wilson.
Yes.
John Barretts. Tony Special. Irv Oxenslager, yes. We're adjourned. Thank you very much. Thank you, Crown, for presenting. Thank you, Village Bible, for your wonderful facilities and helping us. Sure, thank you, community.